Whoa! Why am I angry? There we go. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, welcome. I'm your host, Julius overheaten. Let me adjust this volume slightly. And tonight, we continue our journey through Tsukihime. Yeah. It's been a while. About, 4 months? Yeah. We'll have to get back into the groove of it. I gotta feel it, you know? I gotta see if I remember how to do his voice. There's a normal one, I guess, but we'll see. So yeah, welcome. Let us continue. I don't really remember what happened. I think we just beat Vrov. We'll see. Fuck. Straight into okay. Let me have a little refreshment. Got water and I squirted some lemon in it. Nice lemony sour water. Okay. The gentle rays of the sun dispel my sleepiness. Was that how he talked? I don't remember. We'll get into the groove. Though my eyes remain closed, I can feel the serenity of my surroundings seep into every pore. There's a light chill in the air, just enough to help stir me awake. Somehow, it feels like the sky today is clearer than it's ever been. I'm lying in bed, and my glasses are on the nightstand. My surroundings aren't bitterly cold, and I can't feel any rubble jabbing me in the back either. When I open my eyes, I realize I'm in one of the rooms of the Tono mansion. Vampire back, it's true. Welcome, Lula, welcome. Yeah. I don't know how long we'll be reading for. I will see. But, yeah, hopefully we'll do a day at least. Acting on autopilot, I put on my glasses and let my gaze wander. I take a deep breath and savor the fresh air. The hands of the clock make a ticking sound. I can hear little birds chirping outside. The sunlight streaming through the windows is so pure that I can almost hear it calling me outside. Let me know if our volume needs adjusting or anything, Alula. I've returned to my normal life. My thoughts are still foggy, and my joints still ache, but I've somehow managed to return to normalcy. Need more Dino? Dino? Oh, you're right. Dino Shiki is beautiful. I'm thankful that even after bearing witness to that freakish event and the gruesome hell that went along with it, I can happily enjoy a morning like this. There's no greater reward for an insignificant person such as myself. Oh, thank you for the sub. Wow. My fellow Chungus. Yeah. Welcome, my fellow Chungus. Thank you.
56 Julius Pet.
Julius 56 Julius Pet. I see. Thank you. It means a lot. Enjoy those emotes. I reflexively snap bolt upright. Looking over, I see Hisui standing at attention in front of the door.
Hisui?
Yeah. Festive summon? Understandable. She startled me. My heart is still pounding.
テコを使って
Don't worry about it.
とことづかっております。
なんだって。
Akia, the past 2 days? Explain. Those 3 cryptic words fly around inside my brain. Resisting the temptation to abandon this train of thought, I take 10 seconds to place things together. No matter how much I rack my brain, I can't explain what I was up to in the past 2 days. Absence without official leave, violation of curfew, and to top it off, complete lack of communication. Akiha is scary enough when I don't come home before dusk. I shudder to think what kind of face she's making right now. Crap. This is really bad. I'm up against a wall. What's the wall? The fact that I've got precious little prep time. And I can't come up with any excuses that'll convince Akiha.
あのさ、翡翠。控えめに言って、アキハのやつ。
Maybe.
さあ、どうでしょう。
Oh! Uh-oh.
それは四季様が直にお確かめ
I don't know. This kind of scary. I thought one thing. I need to put up the choice thing to make sure we get the true ending. Where is it? What are we up to? Let me see. Oh, that's not what I wanted to happen. Why did the box go cringe? Okay. Okay, we have a million vestiges one. I don't know which one this is. God damn it. We'll see when it comes up. Wait, oh shit, that fucked up VTube studio. Give me a sec. Gosh darn it. It is one of these. It's been a while. I have to get back into the groove of things. It's been a while since I've had, you know, mess-ups. You're busy with your dino sona. I can't imagine. It's true. He has become dino. Okay, wait. I completely forgot the button. How to do, Give me a sec. Okay, come on. I forgot how to do, the log. Okay, come on. We've seen all this. Come on. Catch up. I accidentally skipped the dialogue. I should have to find out what the thing is anyway. Ah, that's the button. Okay, I know now. It's been very long. Okay, come on. Back to where we were. Okay, here we go. Oh, we didn't miss anything? Okay, I'm an idiot. Okay. Itsui's tone also comes off as somewhat cold and dispassionate. If this is how it's gonna be, I should have made my way back even if it meant I had to crawl the entire... Hold on. Crawl?
いや、ちょっと待った。それ以前に、なんで部屋で眠ってるんだ?
Yeah. How'd you get home? Oh.
いえ。四季様はお帰りになられた後、疲れているからと自室でお休みになられたのですが。
What?
俺が？自分の足でここまで。
昨夜の10時過ぎにご帰宅なされた折、出迎えた姉さんが死ぬほど疲れている、起きるまで起こさないでほしいと言っていると伝言を受けたまわったと。
Huh. I don't remember any of that. But I don't think Hisui is lying either. Just like getting blackout drunk and then waking up safe and sound at home. That's so weird though. We were like very damaged. It's possible that Ciel senpai brought me back to the front of the mansion and I managed to make it to the rest of the way myself. It makes sense that my mind would be a little hazy after a battle like that.
いや、というか。
My memories are still perfectly clear. I remember Etiquette. I remember the vampire named Vrov. And I still remember Ciel senpai and the others. I will erase your memories of the past day. That's what senpai said, but it seems like she's let me off the hook. Still, even if she has, it doesn't change the fact that with the vampire gone, senpai and the others will leave this city.
シキ様。
ああ、いや、そうだった。思い出した。
Ah, yes, totally. I remember now.
すぐに行くから、アキハにはできるだけ落ち着くように言っておいてくれると嬉しいかな。
申し訳ありません。善処いたしますが、成果はほぼないものとお考えください。
I see. Looks like I'm in deep enough trouble that even having Hisui and Kohaku-san back me up won't save me. Well, I may as well get up. It's no use staying in bed forever. As soon as I stand up, I'm struck by a slight dizziness. My whole body aches. I guess that's thanks to all the various wounds I got yesterday. I'm covered in bruises and lacerations, and my muscles are sore from being pushed past their limits. Every time I move, my skin tenses up, and I feel a slow burning pain permeate my flesh. So that's how it is. If you were to ask me what I'm most surprised about, it'd be the fact that I'm still alive. After doing all those crazy things, of course it feels unnatural to wake up to a morning like this one.
シキ様。
ごめん、ちょっと立ちくらみ。着替えたら行くから、翡翠は先に行っててくれ。大丈夫、すっぽかしたりしないから。
はい。それではお待ちしております。
Hisui bows deeply and leaves the room. Today's Sunday, so there's no school. I take off the school uniform that I've been wearing since last night and change into some casual clothes. Alright. I'm really not looking forward to this, but it's time for me to reap what I've sown. I steel myself for the worst, and head off for my audience with Lady Akiha. I go down to the ground floor, cross the sun-drenched lobby, and arrive at the east hallway. I've been told that on the other side of this door lies a demon, impatiently waiting for her pitiful older brother to make his excuses. No, I don't have any right to be standing here whining. Regardless of the circumstances, I was absent from school and didn't come home. It's no wonder Akiha demands an explanation. In this situation, I should... Oh, shit. Is this one? Sincerely apologize? I sincerely apologize. I will do one again. Yeah. Save that just in case.
そうだな。それが一番いいと思う。
Must be sorry. I can't mention Etiquette or Vrov. It's not like she would understand, and I don't want her to get involved. Though I absolutely cannot tell her the truth. I can at least apologize sincerely for my feelings.
よし、行くぞ。
Taking a deep breath, I open the door to the living room.
Ohayo gozaimasu, Nii-san.
Hello!
不思議と、ずいぶん久しぶりな気がしますね。
Akiha's definitely looking at me with anger in her eyes. She's already achieved peak prickliness.
やあ、おはよう、アキハ。
挨拶は結構ですから、そこに座ってください。ええ、いろいろと長くなるはずですものね。
Yeah, maybe. Akiha's words are so firm that they squash any objection I might have mustered. Still, I can't say I like the fact that she seems to be enjoying herself. It's as though she's triumphantly watching a criminal get carried off to jail after finally being caught red-handed.
兄さん。
おう、座りますとも。
Oh, yeah. A single glare from Akiha is enough to dash my naive thoughts of escape. I sit down on the sofa, doing my best to endure the pain running through my entire body.
座りましたよ。
言わずともわかります。妙な態度でこちらの規制をそがないでください。卑怯です。
なんで卑怯なんだ？
卑怯でしょ。そんな顔をされたら気が緩む。
After truncating her statement with a cough, Akiha glares at me with an even sharper gaze than before.
兄さん、早速ですが、おとといと昨日のお話を聞かせていただけませんか？
As she eloquently states her demands, Akiha picks up her teacup. Though her sentence was phrased as a question, there's no mistaking the fact that it is actually an order. But as her older brother, I can't let her hear about what actually transpired. I would much rather have her hate me than worry about me.
それなんだけど、アキハ。
はい。何でしょう。
率直に言って、事情は説明できないんだ。
The teacup Akiha was holding has fallen onto the table. Actually, it'd be more accurate to say that she dropped it on purpose.
アキハ様。ああ、ごめんなさい、スイ。片付けてもらえる？
Isui silently cleans up the spilled tea and the broken, very expensive-looking teacup. I awkwardly watch her while Akiha glares daggers at me. After she finishes cleaning up, Isui leaves for the kitchen.
それで、兄さん。
何？
この2日間の出来事を話していただけますか？
Oh, I can't. Akiha refuses to yield. She's determined to make me talk. But even so, I can't tell Akiha what happened, even if it's the only way to save my own skin. There's no way I could let her hear such a tale.
アキハには余計な心配をさせて悪かったと思ってる。連絡を入れなかったことも謝る。だけど、話せないことは話せない。
Oh.
私に悪いと思っているのに話せないんですね。兄さんは。弁明もしないのですか？
いや、
She's just caring, you know? But you know, as much as I'd like to explain myself.
言い訳のしようがないので。でも、この2日間、悪いことはしていない。そう信じたい。
Yeah. The last 2 days were nothing but kill or be killed. But despite that, I wanted to believe that I made the right choice. I wanted to help Etiquette, true, but even putting that reason aside, I still have no regrets about the choices I made these past 2 days. I may not have acted fast enough, and that may have cost lives, but at least from now on, nobody will die as a result of having their blood sucked.
ごめんな、アキハ。迷惑をかけるけど、これ以上は聞かないでくれ。
Akiha stares into my eyes. The suffocating atmosphere persists for a little while longer.
そうですね。考えてみれば、兄さんにも事情があるのでしょうし、私がそれに深く干渉することはできませんもんね。
Yeah.
悪い。そう言ってもらえると助かる。
わかりました。この件に関してこれ以上の追及は勘弁して差し上げます。連絡をいただけなかった点については私にも落ち度がありますから。
Oh, yeah, because you took my phone. I definitely didn't take it back. don't worry about it.
落ち度なんてそんなのアキハにないだろ。
携帯電話を取り上げたのは私です。
Yeah.
あれがあればズボラな兄さんでも連絡ぐらいはしたのではありませんか。
Well, see, the thing is, my phone has already been surreptitiously returned.
ですが、それも今回だけです。今後はこのようなことは控えてください。兄さんは遠野家の唯一の男性なんですから、もう少しご自分の立場を理解していただかないと困ります。良くない外聞が広まってしまったら、遠野家の今後の人付き合いにも影響がありますし。
いや、それこそ問題ないだろう。俺が何しようと興味も持たないってあっちの方々は。だいたい遠野の跡取りは秋葉なんだから、家のことを思うなら俺をよそに出すなり、遠野の家にふさわしい婿養子でも見つければいいのに。
Akiha has fallen silent for some reason.
どうした？気分でも悪いのか、秋葉。
結構です。私を気遣う余裕があるのでしたら、ご自分の体調を気にしてください。慢性的な貧血持ちなんですから、兄さんは。
She's right. I do collapse from anemia rather frequently.
ともかく、あまりお一人で屋敷を出ないでください。
Okay.
そうでなくとも、近頃の町は物騒なんです。兄さんみたいにぼーっとしている人は、通り魔に襲ってくださいと言っているようなものなんですから。
それなら大丈夫。あんな事件、二度と起きないよ。
It's a bit sus. Imagine like being gone for so long, and then being like, "You have to be careful. Don't go out. Don't worry. Those things won't happen anymore." It's like, how do you know? The city had been turned upside down by those serial killings. Everyone was terrified of the killer. The news had dubbed the modern-day vampire. Wait, no. Blah, 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 blah. Everyone was terrified of the killer the news had dubbed the modern-day vampire, who had evaded detection, even as they stalked the city streets at night. Fuck! What? I need to get used to reading shit. Ugh. Give me a bit. Okay. But that's all in the past now.
吸血鬼はいないってことだよ。その犯人は捕まったんだ。
そうなんですか？
Yeah.
それは良い知らせですが、兄さん、よくそんなことを知っていますね。
I guess.
ああ、たまたま逮捕現場に居合わせたというか。
I laugh at the ridiculousness of my own statement. I suppose it really was all just a series of coincidences. I only spent 2 days with Etiquette. So much happened that even now it feels like it was all a dream. But at least the monster that had been nesting in the city is gone. On that point, at least, I think I can say with pride that everything is taken care of.
兄さんどうしたんです？急に嬉しそうな顔をして。
別になんで、ただ終わったんだなってようやく実感できた。
Oh no, it ain't. Smiling without even realizing it, I murmur those words. It seems that this explanation was enough for Akiha. I thank her and stand up.
いや、安心したらお腹が減ってきた。
She looks so
朝食をもらっ
shocked.
てきてもいい？
私に許可を求める必要はありません。朝食まで管理する気はありませんから、ご自由にとってください。琥珀なら厨房で朝食の支度をしているでしょうし。
サンキュー。じゃあ遠慮なく。
I start walking towards the doorway. I start walking towards the doorway. But as soon as I stand up, my dizziness returns. Crap. My entire body feels even heavier and more feverish than it did before.
待ってください、兄さん。先ほどから顔色が優れないようでしたが、今のではっきりしました。
Mm.
今朝は特に調子が悪いのではないですか？
ああ、実は少し熱っぽい。
I want to tell her that it's no big deal, but there's no use in trying to put on a brave face. She'd only end up fussing over me even more.
そう謝る必要はありません。お体が優れないのは兄さんのせいではないでしょう。琥珀は朝食の支度をしていますから、荒木先生を呼びましょうか。翡翠、連絡をお願い。今朝は楼閣の方にいるはずよ。かしこまりました。
荒木先生ってあの人を呼んでどうするんだよ。というかいるの？
Yeah, she'd chill.
兄さん、くれぐれも先生を博士などと呼ばないように。調子に乗ってしばらく正気を失いますから。荒木先生は昨夜うちに泊まっていたんです。まだ帰っていないようだし、兄さんの体を見てもらいましょう。
うん。
あの方、ああ見えて外科の医師でもあるんです。ここで暮らすのなら頻繁に会う人ですから、これを機に親睦を深めてください。
外科。
I can't really claim that I'm not injured. Beneath my clothes, I'm a mess of scrapes and bruises. The issue is that if I have my checkup done here, Akiha will find out just how beaten up I am.
診察なら俺の方から行くよ。
Mm-mm.
あの人楼閣にいるんだな。
Though I don't really remember us having one of those.
ここで結構です。楼閣は遠いですから。すぐに来ますから、軽く熱と脈拍を測ってもらいなさい。
Okay. It's fine.
解熱剤は
No, Akiha, no! Don't look at my boy! No! It's okay, Lula, it's okay. Okay.
兄さん、何ですかそんなにそわそわして。まさかその年になって診察が苦手なんですか？
Totally.
診察には慣れている。そういうことじゃなくて。
はあ。では、荒木先生が苦手とか？
苦手というか、ついていけない系だろあの人は。だからそういう話でもなくて。
では何だというのです。不満があるのでしたら、はっきりと口にしたらどうですか？
Oh, really? She wants me to come out and say it, does she? Well then, if she insists.
ここで服脱いでいいのか？
え？
俺、診察の時は全部脱ぐけど。
全部ってつまり全裸ですか？
Yeah! No, I think doing that would just make me a pervert. It seems that I wasn't clear enough.
いや、 さすがに全裸にはならないだろう。普通は上だけ。
ですよね。上着だけということでしょうか。
She grimaces as if she had something else she wanted to say. After swallowing her words, Akia silently stands up from the sofa. It seems she's sensed the mood and has decided to leave the living room. Dino Shiki wouldn't do this, because Dino Shiki's naked already.
席を外しますから、診察が終わり次第食堂にどうぞ。私は午後から外せない会食があるので外出しますが、私が留守だからといって羽目を外さないようお願いします。
Dinos don't have nipples? You're right, they're not mammals. Huh. Damn. Interesting. Akiha leaves the room. That was close. I couldn't avoid talking to her, but at least I've managed to keep her in the dark about my injuries. I wait by myself in the living room. After around 10 minutes, I catch a glimpse of Miss Arak through the window that looks out onto the courtyard. She must be in a good mood or something, as she's cutting across the courtyard with a spring in her step. If she's crossing the courtyard, then does that mean the pagoda is located away from the mansion?
Hi! Ohayou-chan! 朝から体をいじってほしいとか?
No!
チキちゃんったら超インラーン私、シチューみたいにたぎった思春期少年病の餌食になっちゃうのかしら?
Instead of going around to the door, Misada comes straight into the living room via the terrace.
すみません。別に悪いところはないし、めまいも収まったんで、帰ってもらっていいですか？
ああ、チキちゃんったら堅物ちゃん。身持ち硬いとか今時流行んない。でも、そんなところが一流のサバイバーなのかしら？情弱しすべしな世の中ですし、目の前のごちそうをポイポイ絡ませてたら玉がいくつあっても足りないってことかしら。
What? As she continues to go on like this, Miss Sarah walks over to the sofa I'm sitting on. It's a flashy strut, as though she's headed down the catwalk. Her chest and hips are swaying far more than is necessary, and yet I can't make out the sound of her footsteps at all. She has the soft and stealthy footwork of a ninja. I don't know her that well yet, so I can't say for sure, but it seems like she's in particularly high spirits this morning. Or rather, I sure hope she isn't like this every morning.
はい、それじゃあカンボを出してね。すぐ出してね。ちょっとサバサバするわね。上着だけ飲む？脈拍と心音だけ見てくれってこと？
Yeah.
ああ、それはダメ。嘘は良くないわよ。チキちゃん、全身悪いところだらけじゃない。
Oh.
膝、足首、肘、腰回りもちゃんとケアしとかないとね。これほ。
She knows. I involuntarily straighten up and find myself reevaluating my opinion of her. Can she seriously tell how much pain I'm in simply by palpitating me through my clothes?
それはわかります。プロだもん。
Okay.
チキちゃんが生まれる前から甘いスニカ。チキちゃんがこんな小さい時から人体見てるのよ。ぶっちゃけ顔色見ただけで内臓のダメージまで分かったわよ。
Yeah, she do be sussy.
はい、そういうわけなんでおとなしくパンツになってね。湿布は邪魔くさいだろうからできるだけ軟膏で済ませてあげる。あとは点滴ね。 栄養剤、とにかくいろいろ足りてないでしょ。
はい。いや、パンツになるって。
え
はい。
パンツはパンツじゃん。要はパンツだけになれって話。トシちゃんそれで退出してるんでしょ。いいじゃんパンイチ。私
Oh, natural.
なんなら全裸でもいいわよ。
お酒飲んでませんよね。
飲んでないわよ。私いつも真剣だもん。
Oh, this is serious. Okay.
と言いたいところだけど、実はハイなの。すごくハイ。昨日の夜から脳内麻薬分泌しまくり。私生活が充実してきたっていうの。ここのところルーチンワークばっかりだったからさ、やっぱり生活には波乱が必要よね。そのあたりしきちゃんには大感謝。
え
だから今朝は特別にきっちり見てあげましょう。
っていつの間にか脱げてる。
Professor Arak must really be an expert at this. She's already relieved me of my shirt. Resistance is futile. No, if I resist, she won't be able to continue with the examination. Doing my best to prevent her from stripping me down completely, I somehow managed to escape from Professor Arak's evil clutches. Our examination lasts around 10 minutes. She applied some ointment to the areas that were particularly inflamed and bandaged up my ankles and wrists just to be on the safe side. I mean, I'm sure that was considered a crime back then as well, Lula. Even that light treatment is enough to make my body feel much better. I guess she's actually an excellent doctor. So long as she keeps her mouth shut, that is.
でも器用に怪我したものね。肩甲骨のあたりとかちょっと普通じゃない感じ。
What happened to my shoulder?
何？喧嘩の相手は一人や二人じゃなかったの？というか刃物持ち出してない相手。
いや、そんなことはないですけど。すみません、アラク博士。このことはアキハには黙っていてもらえますか？
博士って言ったよし、黙る。博士と言ってくれたしきちゃんのお願いなら何でもだいたい3割ぐらいまで聞いちゃう。
I appreciate that, but 30% is kind of low.
でも本当に昨日は何をしていたのかしら。しきちゃん右手側だけ怪我してないし、もしかして誰かと一緒だった？その人が隣にいたから片側だけスキンガードされてたとか？
別にそんなことはありません。一人でした、ずっと。
まあいいけど、もし他に怪我しちゃった人がいたら教えてね。しきちゃんがこれだと一緒にいた人もひどい怪我してそうだし、浅い傷口でも感染症だってあるし、本人が平気だと思っても毒はゆっくり回っていくものだしね。
Ivy. Her words make me think of Ciel senpai, who fought while protecting me. Professor Arak hit the nail right on the head. Senpai was acting as though everything was fine, but her wounds must have been far worse than mine.
ま、しきちゃんが一人だったっていうならいっか。でもまだ体力は戻らないわよね。よし、後で点滴でもしとこっか。せっかくしきちゃん用の点滴パックを預かってるわけですし、バンバン使って在庫なくさないとトウシちゃんから次のお小遣いがもらえないっていうか。そんなわけで食後は部屋でウルトラ点滴タイム決定。1時間ぐらいかかるから午前中開けておいてね。それじゃ、チャオ。
Ciao! Professor Arak bustles out of the room. It's been 20 minutes since Akiha took her leave. It's high time I have breakfast. I have kept Kohaku-san waiting in the dining room for too long. I finish up eating breakfast, and Professor Adaka's hooked me up to an IV. I have to lie down while I'm on the IV, and as a result I end up dozing off for a bit. By the time I'm done with the IV and Professor Adaka's left the mansion, it's just past noon. Thanks to her, my body has already started feeling better. So long as I limit myself to walking around, I should be fine. Given that I can't go too far, how should I spend my afternoon? I think we should visit Ciel. Shave. But yeah, I definitely think we should visit Ciel. I'll go visit Senpai at her apartment, question mark. Yes, yes.
ダメ元で行ってみても罰は当たらないよな。
Well, Sensei had mentioned that they'd leave the city as soon as the vampires were dealt with. But it hasn't even been a full day since then. There's a lot of work that goes into moving out, so I figure there's a good chance Senpai is still at her apartment. Visit for free curry rice meal? Yeah, let's get some. Or we might just go out after. We'll see. See what happens. I let Hisui know that I'm headed out for a bit, and she dutifully accompanies me to the front door to see me off.
四季様、お帰りは何時頃でしょうか？
すぐに帰ってくる。知り合いの家にお礼を言いに行くだけだから。
I won't be gone long. That's a red flag right there.
かしこまりまし
We'll
た。
see what happens.
それでは行ってらっしゃいませ。
Caught turn. Change the common sensei. What? I leave the mansion, go down the hill and pass through the residential district before finally arriving at the plaza north of the station. It hasn't even been 24 hours since last night's incident. There are off-limits signs around the perimeter, along with a few guards. Actually, make that an unusually large number of guards. They're stationed such that they're only about 5 meters apart. I'm pretty sure even a kitten wouldn't be able to sneak past all this. There's no way I'd be able to get close to the scene of the incident. But it's not like I have any more interest in that mountain of debris anyway. Ciel Senpai's apartment is located across the tracks on the south side of the station. It's in a residential area that still has a handful of older, more traditional buildings around, buildings dotted around. Where we going? Bing bong. I ring the doorbell, but there's no answer. I guess this was a waste of time. Senpai's already long gone from the city. But Kari... I don't really feel like going straight home, so I head back to the plaza north of the station to kill some time. I didn't have the courage to ask their neighbors if they knew anything about her moving out. I was afraid that if I did, the thin strand of hope I've been holding onto would be severed. Watching the crowds go by out of the corner of my eye reminds me of the time I first met Etiquette. If I hadn't crossed paths with her, it's possible I'd never have found out who Senpai really is.
いや、違う。あいつと出会ってなかったら、先輩がどんな人なのかも知らないままだった。
Would I rather that she disappeared the following day as just another upperclassman? Or would I rather that she disappeared as an upperclassman with a special place in my heart? In terms of which would hurt less, then of course the first is the better option. Dang, he's in love. Thinking back on it, it hasn't all been bad. I can't help but think of that stunningly beautiful vampire, as well as Senpai, looking gallant? Looking gallant in her combat uniform. I wonder what happened to those two after the fight. It seems like Etiquette hates Senpai, And based on her profession, Senpai probably wouldn't get along too well with Etiquette either. I can only hope that they parted ways without incident. What a shrimp, it's true, it's true.
なんでそんな心配をしてるんだ
Everything's over. Ciel Senpai only came to this city to deal with Rolf, so there's no reason for her to stick around anymore. I'm glad to have met you with such a death flag. Though no, it's true, it's true. So there's no point getting hung up on her like this.
そうだそれでいいんだもうあんな無茶をしなくていいんだから
I closed my mouth before I could finish my sentence. There's no point in uttering a lie that I can't even fool myself with. After all, I'm still left with these feelings in my heart. My feelings of gratitude towards Senpai, as well as my hopes. I feel the same way about Etiquette. She was nothing but trouble, but even so, it was, well, kind of fun to spend time with her.
バカか俺は先輩はともかくあいつはどうでもいいじゃないか
He nearly got killed. Why on earth am I still pinning after her? I remember how it felt when it seemed like I was going to be killed by Rolf. I don't want to go through something like that ever again. Letting out a sigh, I get up from the bench.
もうすぐ夕方だ屋敷に戻ろう
I shake my head to sober up and leave the bustling city streets behind me. You left at noon. Why is it so dark? What'd you do, bro? The rest of my afternoon off passed by without incident. I returned to my room to loaf around for a bit, and then the next thing I knew, it was already time for dinner.
なんだろう体中だるいななんか
You're sleepy, bro. He walks slow. It's true, it's true. I feel tired. As though I've come down with a cold, but I shake it off. It's probably just because I finally have some time to relax after all the excitement and danger of the past few days. I'm sure my mind will be back to normal again after a good night's sleep. I'm in the dining room with Akiha, along with Kohaku-san, who is standing behind her, and Hisui, who is standing at attention behind me. The dinner Kohaku-san has prepared for us consists of traditional Japanese food. The main course is shiitake packed with meat, or shiitake packed with meat, and there's some of the biggest shiitake I've ever seen. I'm sure they weren't cheap either. Despite there being meat on the menu, it's still a fairly healthy dinner, all things considered. What do you mean, despite there being meat on the menu? Meat's healthy, bro. It's meat. It's iron and yummy. Akiha spares one of the supple mushrooms with her fork and carries it to her mouth with a bored expression on her face. She isn't really showing any appreciation for the food at all. She had returned to the mansion maybe an hour or so prior. Apparently, some sort of unforeseen problem had cropped up, and she'd had to go run it to ground.
翡翠念のため聞いておくけどうちの夕食って死後現金だったっけ
I ask Hisui in a whisper, trying not to be heard by Akiha.
いいえ、親族の皆様間での談話は自由に行われておりました。
じゃあ秋葉が黙っているのは単に機嫌が悪いだけ
申し訳ありません。私には分かりかねます。あくまで憶測ですが、秋葉様はお疲れなのではないでしょうか。
Makes sense. She's got a lot on her plate.
そりゃそうだよな。いつも不機嫌だけど今は特にご機嫌斜めだし、ほんとご苦労様だこと。
I nod earnestly and sympathize with her. I can't say this out loud, but the best thing I can do for my sister after her weekend has been cut short by some unexpected crisis is to just let her rest. There's no reason for me to go and put my foot in it by bringing the topic up. Let sleeping Akihas lie, and all that.
聞こえていましたよ、兄さん。別に午後の視察で疲れているわけではありません。
okay, okay.
食事は静粛にが当家のマナーですから。
Akiha glares at me. It's only natural she'd notice me talking to Hisui, but the fact that she could even make out what we were saying is disconcerting. Her hearing must be insanely sharp.
もっとも、それも過去の話ですが、どうしても話がある。今日一日の出来事を語り合いたいというのであれば、その限りではありません。
I nod my head in understanding and resume eating. Perhaps as a result of having a light breakfast followed by a light lunch, by evening, I had developed quite the appetite. I have to hand it to Kohaku-san. These stuffed shiitake are some of the best I've ever had. When I give my compliments to the chef, she replies,
ありがとうございます。ですが、この勝利は当然なのです。今夜の食材は産地直送。恐れ多くも天皇陛下にもご献上されている一品ですもの。
Ooh, I see. I didn't realize there were such special shiitake.
それで、私の仕事ぶりをいたわってくれた兄さんは、午後の休みをどのように過ごされたのです？
俺のことか。午後は散歩に出て、部屋に戻ってからはずっとベッドで横になってた。
それは、また貧血ですか？
いや、考え事をしていたら夜になっていただけだ。体の調子は悪くないよ。
つまり、無意に時間を浪費した
I knew it.
ということですね。はあ、そんなくだらないことを堂々と口にしないでください。私は何とも思いませんが、他の人が聞けば笑い物になるだけですから。
You could have just said the truth, bro. Say you're not feeling too well. Akiha's reaction is merciless and leaves no room for rebuttal. But be that as it may,
確かに自堕落に思われる発言だった。というか自堕落だった。反省している。けど、秋葉は何とも思わないってどうして？
could it be that her strict attitude is just for show, and she's actually benevolent when it comes to her immediate family?
どうしても何も当然でしょ。
I don't have any expectations for you.
私は党の指揮に何も
There it is.
兄さんがそういう人であることは
Bruh.
初めから承知の上です。
I see. What an enlightened perspective. You can't be disappointed if you never get your hopes up. I guess this is how it feels to be at a loss for words.
いやー、ごちそうさまでした。
ごちそうさま。食後は習い事がありますので、私はこれで。
Okay.
兄さん、反省なされたのでしたら、今夜は早めに部屋に戻って、勉学に励んでくださいね。
Akiha gets up from her seat and leaves the dining room. Without her here, the dining room feels a lot more spacious. I thank Kohaku-san and Hisui for the meal and head back to my room. The rest of the evening passes by uneventfully. I took a bath, did some light studying, and now I'm lying in bed. With this, everything's back to how it was before. I've bid farewell to those 2 days of nothing but bloodshed. If I close my eyes and fall fast asleep, I'm sure even the last remaining embers of that time will wink out. Oh. And yet, an image is forming in my mind. Even though I've closed my eyes and even switched off my consciousness, I can still recall it vividly. The way she looked, deep in the heart of that raging cold, scattering sparks left and right as she crossed swords with a vampire. There must have been other memorable moments, but for some reason, this scene in particular stands out. It's like a snapshot seared into my memories. Just thinking back on that image is enough to make me tear up. I feel like I bore witness to a plaintive prayer, some tearful oath, and it breaks my heart. I can't bear it anymore. I open my eyes. I wipe away the tears that have collected in the corners of my eyes and stare up at the still, unfamiliar ceiling. It's quiet, but I can't relax. I feel the same way I did 3 days ago, back in Senpai's room. Looking back on it, I really did spend the night in Senpai's room, didn't I? Back then, I was totally preoccupied with the fact that I had just killed someone, and then the time I spent with Etiquette immediately afterward pushed everything else out of my mind. I may have forgotten about it until now, but if it hadn't been for that night, Tonoshiki wouldn't be who he is today. I wonder what Senpai thinks of that night. Maybe she simply couldn't stand to leave one of her underclassmen on their own? Like she was taking in an abandoned puppy she found in the rain.
そうだろうな。人助けが趣味なんだし、あの人。
I mutter this as though trying to convince myself it's true, and close my eyes. In order to keep my memories at bay, and to dilute down the impression she left on me, I'll consign myself to nothingness, and let the hours slip away. If I do that, all the events that have transpired will surely become nothing more than fragments of the past. My consciousness is slowly subsumed by the darkness. And just like that, the day went by so peacefully. The day that went by so peacefully comes to an end. Lying there in bed, wondering if I'm simply trying to fool myself, I sink into an uncertain slumber. I wake up with a strange sense that someone is calling my name. My body feels sluggish, as though it's eager to go back to sleep. My mind is clear and sharp, so I'm not going to have an easy time going back to bed. At times like these, it's best to read a book. I'm sure I'll get drowsy again if I start skimming through the archives. I get out of bed and head into the adjoining room. I choose a suitable book from the bookshelf, flip through it until I find a fitting page, and begin to read. Immortality. If such a thing was real, it would be one way to define eternity. However, in practical terms, there exist no creatures that have attained that status. Even vampires who do not age and can come back to life after being killed are no exception. They are defective, unable to sustain their bodies without the blood of others. Furthermore, they lack versatility, in that they can only supplement themselves with blood from the same species as themselves, with few expectations. This means humans. Despite being lauded as transcendental beings, they have not evolved so much as they have devolved. They are no different to humans, and that they are unable to survive without relying on others. If there is a species that has approached perpetuity, it is one that has existed since time immemorial. Time immemorial? Immemorable? No, immemorial. Immemorial! One thing that uses its own body as a source of food, as well as a source of energy for reproduction. The concept of a lifespan doesn't even apply to them. They recycle their own aging cells as a source of nutrition, and use that food to produce new cells. Colonial organisms, jellyfish, are one such example. However, they're perpetual organisms precisely because they lack the extraneous faculty known as reason. To forsake reason is no different than to conclude that death itself represents eternity. It is impossible to exist forever, while simultaneously maintaining your form as a human, at least via the method known as immortality. The relentless march of time causes bodies to crumble, and mental faculties to diminish. Immortality or eternity? I have no lingering attachment to the hackneyed notion of immortality. It is impossible to become eternal while clinging to the idea of the individual. In summation, I will not pursue the petty immortality that seeks to prolong the life of an individual human. Instead, I choose the infinity of eternal existence. That's certainly an approach that no ancestor has tried before. But if humanity were to be wiped out, wouldn't your eternity disappear? Your method requires a human fetus. It's no different to the longevity of Death Apostles, in that it is reliant on external factors. That's fine. Humans cannot function properly without the company of other humans. If humanity were to be exterminated, what point would there be in me continuing to live on alone? My immortality would cease at the moment of their destruction. Immortality with an end unknown from the very beginning. That's why I can't stand you dead apostles who started off as mages. You prioritize your ideals over your own existence. However, what you have proposed is a far cry from eternity, Serpent. No, it is eternity. I care not if I perish along with everyone else when the time of reckoning arrives. If there is nobody left to observe, then it would mean everything has achieved permanence. The eternity that I embody is temporary. It exists only until that moment comes. I am unable to reduce everything to notion. Everything to nothing. That is why, until that time comes, I will continue to live on in this manner. And besides, I now have something else I can look forward to. Is that why you went out of your way to contact me? You did well to find this sea. I never could have imagined that my treasured undying workshop would still function after all this time. What is this? Is this still part of the book? What's going on? I assume it's just two people. You should be proud. It means that your wizardry has been able to withstand 800 years of technological progress. Here, we will be able to focus on the experiment without interruption. No one, not even the consciousness of the planet, will be able to find this wandering sea. Is that right? Until the advent of the new year, yes. Very well. As you are my brethren, and seeing as how you have but 1 year left to live, I'll accept your request. I admit that I am also a little curious about what you've been up to in the North Sea. I would gladly lend an ear to any precious anecdotes you have to share. I'm afraid that we'll have to wait until after the main event. It isn't particularly interesting anyway. Very well. I shall teach you an arcanum that'll let you spill the principle you hold within onto reality, even if only slightly. There is someone I wish for you to capture with this rite from the Age of Gods. What the hell's going on here? Countless chains ensnare the vampire's limbs. The restraints fill the air, like ivy spreading across a wall. Oh. There is no escaping them, even for someone as fast as lightning. Awaking from his coffin, the serpent finds himself trapped, unable to even mount a counterattack, much less escape. Like a fish caught in a net or an insect tangled in a spider web, his fate is sealed. He will die a miserable death, captured and preyed upon. With a merciless blow, the vampire's heart is ripped out. Even vampires with the regenerative abilities afforded by their undying bodies cannot endure having that blood-pumping organ torn out. The circulation of blood is the only commonality between vampires and animals. When that circulation is disrupted, their abilities are greatly diminished. Even having their hearts crushed is preferable to having them ripped out. If crushed, the heart itself still remains within their body. It will cost them a great deal of blood, but they can restore their freedom of movement. But having the heart plucked clean out like this is bad news. When their heart is cut out from their flesh, their physical body rapidly deteriorates. To be more precise, it becomes frail. Like an old man helplessly waiting for death. He cries out, perhaps demanding a return of his heart. His appeal falls on deaf ears. His throat has been flayed by the chains, leaving nothing but bones behind. Even if it were still intact, his lungs have been pulverized, along with the rest of his chest. As a result, his cry can't even convey his anguish.
それが遺言？今度のは特に粗末だったのね、ロー。
I guess it always dead now? I mean, he was the main person in the other route. What's gonna be in this route then? A beautiful voice bidding farewell. His hand outstretched as though begging for mercy falls. His body ceases to function entirely. The vampire's name was Roa. It is a pitiful one-sided end to a vampire who spent over 10 years repurposing the ground beneath the city of Soya. By the time Mario Galobestino arrives, the curtains have already fallen on this grisly scene. In this hidden chamber, where not even the moonlight reaches, lies the stone coffin of a vampire, along with the pile of dead flesh that was once their body. Across from it stands the vampiress in white, his heart, now nothing more than a bloody sack, still clutched in her left hand.
あら、誰かと思えば見知った匂い。あなた、もしかしてラウレンティスの子？
今はそっちとは関係ねえよ。マリオと呼んでくれ。
Mario.
くそ、目を離した隙にこれかよ。ロアの野郎は完全に死んじまったな。これで次は何年後だ？
What do you need Roa for?
さあ、あいつの事情なんて知らないわ。今まで通り行くのならまた17年ぐらい
？17年。17年だと。
Mario glares at the corpse with a seemingly regretful look. His expression is more than simply anguished. It's closer to hatred.
それじゃ間に合わねえんだよ。どうしてくれる？なんだってそんなにやる気に溢れてやがるんだよ、てめえ。いつもの無気力さはどこに行った？ジジイの話じゃ淡々と使徒の末端から潰していくって話だが。
いつもの私？いつもの私って言った？そっか、そうね。今までの私なら確かにもうちょっと時間をかけたかも。でも今回は1秒も無駄にしたくなかったの。
ただの気まぐれかよ。なんだそれ。なんか悪いもんでも食べたのか？それとも故障が近いのか？精密機械が気分でパターン変えてんじゃねえよ、くそ。
Mario is already foul-mouthed by nature, but he's actually lost his cool here. If he'd been calmly observing things the way he usually does, he'd have noticed by now that Etiquette has changed.
つまりあれか。代行者どもが頑張りすぎた。 てめえが27歳とやり合っていればこんな結果にはならなかったわけか。
ええ、もし私だけでブローブと戦っていたら今頃は眠っていたでしょうね。新参者ではあったけど、そうである以上は強敵だったんだろうし。
はあ、やけに素直じゃねえか。強敵ね。てめえの口からそんな単語が出るとは夢にも思わなかったぜ。
そう、弱くて
You
も
forgot
厄
about
介な相手だ
Mario?
ったんだから強敵と言うべき
He
じゃ
do
な
be a
い。
little shit sometimes. It's alright though.
だから厄介な相手なんて感想を持たなかったんだよ、今までのあんたはな。
Mario angrily clicks his tongue. Despite being on the receiving end of his murderous gaze, the vampiress utters an appreciative "I see."
まあいい。終わったことをうだうだ言っても時間の無駄だ。人生残り少ねえんだし、前向きにいかねえとな。根大の死とロアはこれで消滅。次の発生まで10年以上の時間がかかる。この町での事件はめでたく解決。ロアが死んだことで死者も共倒れ、あとはポコポコ出てくる身元不明の遺体を裁くだけの簡単なお仕事だ。
あなた、代行者たちを連れてすぐに帰らないの？
帰りたいのは山々だがな。片足突っ込んだ手前、最後まで面倒見るしかねえだろ。けどな、お姫様、あんたはいいのかよ、それで。
Oh.
へえ、いいって何が？
ロアの野郎に横取りされたあんたの容量の話だ。その体、いい加減限界なんだろう。吸血衝動を抑えるにはロアを真の意味で殺すしかない。こんな使い捨ての体を殺した程度じゃ奪われたものは戻らない。今回が最後のチャンスだったんじゃないか。なんだって問答無用で始末しちまったんだ。せめて生かした状態で血を吸えば何割かは取り戻せただろうに。
Mario's voice isn't tinged with its usual spite. He really is worried about the woman's body. That's why he brought up the last resort. Make the immaculate vampiress suck blood. He knows how impossible such a thing is. The vampiress' lips quiver. Just as Mario expected, the woman replies, "No way. Not over my dead."
ああ、その手があったか。
No. She stares intently at the heart clutched in her left hand. It's as though she's seriously debating whether to lick her lips. She is contemplating on sucking the blood out of Ro's heart. She never sucked blood before, so this is a very big thing. Just how surprised Mario must be. What he's just heard, all the way out here in the Far East, is so unbelievable that it's as though the world is turned upside down.
でも、やっぱりやらない。
Oh, okay. Whoa.
こんな生き物、私のものにしたいと思えないし。
Her white fingers swiftly and gracefully crush the heart. The spurting blood shamelessly splashes across the cheeks of the vampiress. No, it's not like lost. She would have. I don't know what would have happened. The serpent may have denied his final words. Or may have been denied his final words. But it's as though he still managed a parting counterattack. Oh! She wipes up those droplets of anguish with her finger and brings it to her tongue.
ほら、まだ温かい血液でも哀れなぐらいまずいんだもの。
What happened? Redder than the blood is the woman's squirming tongue. Her devilish smile would turn any man to putty in her hands.
お前、そんな側だったか。
Yeah, what the fuck? The vampiress doesn't answer Mario's question. She simply smiles back at him. The woman walks past him with an elegant gait.
帰らないのなら別にいいけど、次に私の後をつけたら、
Huh.
あなたたち全部皆殺しよ、マリオネット。
Huh. Okay, so, but, Roa, the guy from the last route who was pretty much the final vampire, because Vrov didn't, well, because Ciel took care of Vrov, Etiquette still had energy, so she just straight up went and killed Roa. So that's all done. But now she's being very sussy and licking blood and shit, which is something she has stated many times she's never done and won't ever do. It is very strange. The woman's footsteps echo in the underground cavern. Mario doesn't move until the last of those echoes have died out. His legs have been frozen in place by fear. Bruh. Slaughter all of you. Was she referring to Mario and his subordinates? To the faithful of this country? Or perhaps she was referring to every single member of the church on the planet? He knows exactly what she meant. He knows. And that's why he's standing stuck still in the darkness. Yeah, what the fuck happened? His murmur was incredibly weak. A change has come over Etiquette Brunstud, and it's as though he's stubbornly refusing to acknowledge what it entails. It's kinda spooky. Yeah. Reverse hatching. Interesting. For some reason, I wake up unusually pleasantly. My mind is wide awake from the instant I open my eyes. I usually can't move my hands for a few seconds right after I wake up, no matter how hard I try. But this morning, I have no trouble picking my glasses up off the bedside table and restoring my vision to normal. That could be thanks to the fact that I took it easy all day yesterday. Or maybe Professor Arak's IV drip really did the trick. Either way, I'm feeling almost too healthy. I've woken up so refreshed that I'm honestly a little nervous. There's a knock at the door. After pausing for 10 seconds, Hisui enters the room with a bow.
失礼します。
おはよう翡翠。今朝もありがとう。
You're awake? Oh my god.
月様。
昨日はぐっすり眠ったから。着替えたらすぐに食堂に行くよ。お腹も減ってるし、琥珀さんに朝食はちょっと多めにしてほしいと伝えてもらえる？
かしこまりました。姉さんも喜ぶと思います。
Hisui bows and goes to leave the room. The way she does so feels somewhat different from usual. Enough so that I suddenly feel compelled to stop her.
翡翠、何かいいことでもあった？
はい。四季様のお顔の色が大変よろしいので、お世話役として。
Having answered, Hisui leaves the room. It's possible that as a maid, Hisui considered those words a natural thing to say. But to me, they come as a pleasant surprise.
それはどうも。
She's gone, bro. Rubbing my flushed cheeks in embarrassment, I mumble a reply to the empty room.
いや、ゆだってる場合じゃない。せっかく体調がいいんだ。テキパキ着替えないと。
Yeah. I pull myself together and get on with my morning routine. It's Monday, the beginnings of the week. Perfect for getting a fresh start. Breakfast consists of traditional Japanese food. White rice and miso soup. Wilted spinach topped with soy sauce and bonito stock. Daikon with squid. The main dish is an assortment of boiled turnips and shrimp. All very easily digested food.
どうぞ召し上がってくださいな。
Wow.
足りないようでしたら一品足しますので、遠慮なく言ってくださいね。
I have to say, the food has an unexpected radiance despite its unpretentious preparation. Maybe Kohaku-san is actually some culinary maestro who has undergone training at a fancy restaurant.
いえ、これで十分すぎます。喜んでいただきます。
I bring my hands together in thanks and start eating. I ravenously consume the food, as though making up for my lack of appetite until now. Before I even have a chance to smack my lips, I've demolished the side dishes and hit the bottom of my rice bowl.
すみません。ろくに味わいもせず。おかわりいいですか？
もちろん、簡単なのはいいことですもの。待っていてください。すぐにもう一品お出ししますから。
What is it? Kohaku-san serves me another bowl of rice, then starts heading back towards the kitchen. I call out to her from behind.
それなら
何かリクエストがございます？
I involuntarily close my mouth just as I'm about to ask for what I want.
いえ、なんでもないです。琥珀さんにお任せします。
はい、お任せください。いざともなれば、秋葉様の分をちょっとだけ少なめにするのもやむなしです。
それはそれで後が怖いような。
Kohaku-san disappears into the kitchen in high spirits. She must really be happy about me asking for a second serving.
でも
I don't want to be rude to her, but the food feels strangely insufficient. I am hungry, and I do think the food tastes good, but despite that, my appetite sours with each bite. I have this feeling that it's not exactly right. Like, I'm craving something a little less refined. Something fattier, almost like junk food. Like raw meat or innards. Rather than something so intricately prepared. I'm just dying to eat something crude. Something reminiscent of life itself. Meat. Okay. Okay. Understandable. I also have steak cravings. It's nice. I leave the mansion, thanking Hisui as she sees me off. It's 7:30 in the morning. I spent so long eating breakfast that I ended up heading to school at my usual time. It's Monday, the first day of the week. The plaza in front of the station is crowded with businessmen on their commute and students making their way to school. That's the same as it's always been. Well, one thing is different. There's a sign on the door of the department store that reads no entry, closed until further notice. Fatty? He didn't grow up with the rich and privileged thing. He was cast away and just chilled with some people in the country. You know. I guess Senpai and the other members of the church cleaned the place up without anyone finding out what happened. That's the store which used to lead the vampire lair. Or which used to lead to the vampire lair. Now that Ro's dead and the catacombs have collapsed, it's just an abandoned building. The countryside where they have the yummy wagyu. Oh yeah. That'll be pretty good. Senpai said her objective was to exterminate the vampires. Now that she has, I'm sure she'll disappear from this city. Which means I won't see her again. Never again will I sit around with her and Arihiko in the classroom at lunch. engaged in lively conversation about something unimportant, as we've so often done before. If I'm being honest, I have a lot of regrets. Just thinking about showing up to school and not seeing Senpai there is enough to make me want to turn around and go back home. Still, these banal days are exactly what Senpai fought to protect. Acting so dejected wouldn't be what she'd have wanted. Besides, I can still remember her at least. Even though she said she'd erase my memories, she never did. Maybe she felt bad about it. Or maybe it just wasn't worth her time. Not that it makes a difference either way. If I can never see her again, at least I can still reminisce about her. I couldn't ask for a better reward for fighting in that battle. Such a lovesick teen, how annoying. I mean, one of his friends, like, you know, said they disappeared. That's sad, you know? You never had a friend that, like, just left school? Randomly? It happened a lot for me. So I can relate a little. These 15 minutes right before homeroom are when the school gates are at their busiest. There's not a single person on the road leading up to the school that isn't a student. And of course there's no unbelievable beautiful woman perched on the guardrail waiting for someone either.
ほんと、自分のことを吸血鬼だって繰り返してたけど、最後まで吸血鬼らしくなかったよな。
I can feel myself crack a smile. Alien brain works differently, so you didn't care if your friends left? I see, I see. I can't help but feel this way whenever I think about her. I guess it's because she was such an incredible character. There was an innocence in the way that she got happy or angry, and there were times when she was truly terrified. But she was fundamentally a good person. The time I spent with her was filled with nothing but trouble. Looking back on it, it wasn't all that bad. What friends? Understandable. I had times like that as well. Of course, that's all over now. There are no more vampires. Etiquette and Senpai are both gone. All that remains is the routine every day.
おや、おはようございます、遠野くん。
Everyday sight of Senpai.
先輩？なんでここに？
なんでと言われましても、私ここの学生ですし。この時間に登校しないと遅刻してしまいますよ。
Yeah, I guess.
いや、それはそうですけど、だってほら。
Weren't you the one who said that cool line about leaving the city after the vampire had been defeated?
おお、そんな話もありましたね。あんな状況だったのにしっかり覚えているなんて、なかなかの記憶力と言わざるを得ません。先輩として鼻が高いです。と言いつつ、さりげなくメガネのズレを直す私なのでした。
And with a satisfied smile on her face, Senpai really does adjust her glasses, as though this is all a big joke. She's clearly enjoying teasing me.
あんな状況だから覚えてるんです。先輩が言ったことなんて一つも忘れてませんからね。俺。
I lash out at her, forgetting that we're right in front of the school gates. I'm not entirely sure why I lost my composure this badly. I'm both surprised to run into Senpai here and overjoyed to see her. The combination of those two feelings has caused my brain to malfunction.
とにかくどうしてここにいるんですか？全部終わったんだから先輩はいちゃいけないはずでしょ？
なんと、私はいてはいけない系の先輩だと？
そんなわけないでしょ。いてほしい系の先輩に決まってるじゃないですか。俺をバカにしてるんですか？
ふむ、この場合、バカにされているのは私の方な気がしますが、果たしていていいのかいけないのか、どっちかに統一していただかないと。
いや、だから事件はもう解決したじゃないですか。
Ciel Senpai oohs and ahs as though impressed. She even starts clapping her hands. She's totally just making fun of me. Faced with this flagrant display of feigned ignorance, I finally start to calm down.
もういいです。どうせ俺なんて先輩の中じゃどうでもいい扱いなんだろうし。
あ、いえ、そう言われるとごめんなさい、悪ふざけが過ぎました。遠野くんが予想以上に驚いてくれるからつい。
She apologizes sincerely again. So she really was just teasing me earlier. You want her to want him so bad? What do you mean? They're just good friends.
それより説明してくれるんですよね。ここまで来て放置されるとか
Yeah, what's going
嫌
on?
ですから。
それはもちろん私にも立場というものがありますから。でも今は校舎に急ぎましょう。先輩として後輩の遅刻は看過できません。
They were roommates. I like the energy together. They're funny. Senpai starts walking towards the school. All the other students that had been milling around by the school gates disappeared while I wasn't paying attention. I spent so long trying to get an answer out of Senpai that there's now only 3 minutes left until homeroom. I'm still not done with her, but she's right. I have to get to class. Trying to calm my racing heart, I follow after Senpai. There's only 1 minute left before homeroom starts. The corridor is completely devoid of students. The only thing present in it are the footsteps of 2 people that are on the verge of being late for class, and...
来た来た、四季くん、おはよう。
I don't like you, Noel. Hello. A smiling Noel sensei greets me from the landing.
ノエル先生。
It's actually Senpai who calls out in surprise. I'm still reeling from the shock of running into Senpai earlier, so seeing Noel sensei here doesn't elicit much of a reaction from me. Besides, I'd figured that if Senpai is still here, it'd stand to reason that Noel sensei would be too. Wait. Isn't this kind of weird? Why is she surprised to see Noel sensei?
あれから体の具合はどう？怪我してない？体温とか先生に測らせてくれるかな？
ノエル先生。
Yep. She entwines her arms around mine and firmly presses her body up against me. She's close. Extremely close. I mean, I can even feel the tickle of her breath on the back of my ear. Wait, did she just nibble my earlobe?
何をしてるんですか、ノエル先生。
Oh my god.
見ての通りスキンシップよ。いいじゃない。朝から個人的なアプローチ仕掛けても。ほら、昔っから役割分担してるでしょ。説明役は私、現場はあなたって。今回もそうしましょう。っていうかこれ、早い者勝ちでしょ。右も左も分かってないウブな四季君にいろいろ手ほどきするのは年上の役割だと思うな、先生。
Mature my ass.
バカな発言は控えてください。ここは学校です。あと遠野くん、もしやデレデレしていますか？
Absolutely not.
はい、いいえ、してません。
あら、あの時は心も体もぴったりくっついて二人でドキドキしちゃったのに。ま、こんな場所じゃ乗れないのも当然か。やっぱり内緒話は二人っきりがいいってことかな。
Noel sensei presses herself up against me even harder. There's something terrible lurking behind Ciel senpai's smile. Just before something even worse than the incident from 2 days ago can occur. The bell rings, signaling the start of homeroom. What perfect timing.
おっと、担任が遅刻しちゃダメよね。男の子はいいとして女子の皆さんに陰口叩かれるのはね。
Noel sensei disentangles herself from me and quickly escapes up the stairs.
それじゃあまた後でね、四季くん。先生は一足お先に教室に行ってまーす。詳しい話は放課後、校舎裏で。
No. Noelle-sensei disappears in the direction of the second-year classroom on the third floor. As she does, Ciel-senpai starts heading towards the third-year classroom on the second floor.
待った先輩、話は。
失礼、私も欠席はちょっと。
I get it. It's fine, it's
詳
fine.
しい話は放課後、茶道室で。
Okay. Her hurried yet nimble footsteps echo down the corridor as she takes off. Something's up. Noelle-sensei will be waiting for me around the back of the school once classes are over. Ciel-senpai will be waiting for me in the tea ceremony room at the same time. Why the fuck would I go to Noelle? Absolutely not. This clear one or the other choice has me trembling in fear. This is one of those catch-22 situations, isn't it? Morning classes are over, and it's time for lunch. Noelle-sensei didn't even look in my direction once all through homeroom, or the lesson afterwards. It's like she's silently telling me that if I want to talk to her, I'll have to wait till after school. As a result, I spent all morning in the state of suspense.
おーす、何日かぶりですかね、遠野くん。大方季節の変わり目で風邪でもひいた。
Amy.
おや、遠野の様子が。
Ariko tilts his head in confusion. I've known this guy for a long time. It seems like it's only taken him one look to see just how distressed I am about the choice I have to make. The choice of where to go once classes are over.
いつも通りじゃんか。むしろ顔色いいじゃんか。体調不良で休んでたんじゃないのかよ。シエル先輩からそう聞いてたんですけど。
ああ、そっか。木曜は有彦がうちに電話してくれたんだっけ。いやー、その説はどうもいろいろと余分なことまでありがとう。
気にすんな、一つ貸しな。ところで君の妹さんね、声だけですげえ美人だとわかるのはどうかと思うよ。もし黒髪ロングでおとなしくて儚さゆえに守りがいのあるタイプだったら何としても紹介してくれ。
I don't think she needs to be protected, bro.
何？お前、そういうステレオタイプの年下好きなの？
もち、姉貴しかいない男子高校生にとって妹ってのはそれだけで最後のファンタズムですからね。
そうか。そういうことなら今度うちに招待するからぜひ話し相手になってやってくれ。守りがいありすぎるからお前の好みストライクだぞ。
That's evil, bro. I look warmly at my best friend, who can hardly believe his luck. He can't stay a child forever. This is as good a time as any for his fantasies to come crashing down. Putting that aside,
有彦、これから昼食か？
ああ、どうのはどうする？学食と購買どっちにするよ。
そうだな。
either way, did I feel like I want to eat something really filling? I'll... Wait, doesn't someone owe me a bento? I've just remembered something. My heroics have earned me a reward. It was a bit of an unreasonable request, and she only agreed to it after the fact, but a promise is a promise. Circumstances aside, I've got an excuse to go meet with Senpai. I'm not going to waste another second.
悪い有彦、先約を思い出した。そっちは食堂でパスタでも食べていてくれ。
You go get pasta.
パスタなんで？
Why pasta? I decide to conveniently forget about our promise to meet in the tea ceremony after school. I have to strike while the iron's hot. There's a risk this reward will expire if I wait too long. If I want to get a bento from Senpai, then today's the perfect day. Ooh. I swing by the school store, then make my way to the tea ceremony room. I knock on the door. I can hear the sound of someone inside shuffling towards it.
はい、茶道部ですが、どなたでしょうか。
I can hear Senpai's voice coming from the other side of the door.
遠野です。先輩、お昼ご飯一緒に食べましょう。
I try to speak as naturally and confidently as I can. But there's no response. Even with a door between us, I can still feel the weight of Senpai's silent treatment.
先輩、お昼ご飯だってば。
放課後と言ったはずです。今日は遠野くんとは食べません。
Damn. It's just as I feared. She's mad at me for ignoring the fact that she specifically told me to come talk to her once classes were over. But even if she is...
カレーパン、あるよ。
遠野くん、私が食べ物に釣られる人間だって思ってるんですか？
Yes. Senpai yells at me through the door. Crap. My plan backfired. What do I do now? If I force my way in, she'll only get even angrier at me. I guess I'll have to wait until after school after all.
まあ、それはそれでもらっておきますが。
Ah, yes. The door swiftly slides open, revealing Senpai standing behind it.
考えてみたら、遠野くんに八つ当たりをする言われはありませんでした。そもそも、せっかく来ていただいたお客さんを追い返すのは。
Yeah. And I have curry buns. I'm not sure what she's so angry about that she needs to take it out on someone, but it looks like I've been given a pass.
つまり、お昼を一緒に食べていい？
ええ、まあ、そう取ってもらって構いません。そんなに和室が好きなんでしたら、どうぞ中に入ってください。
Senpai retreats back into the tea ceremony room. I enter as well, following behind her. Senpai's holding a packed lunch. It isn't homemade, it's one of the club sandwiches they sell at the school store.
あれ？先輩、お昼はそれだけ？
はい、今日はちょっと手持ちが少なくて、一番安くて量の多いものを。昨日予想外の出費があったもので。
Senpai puts her hands out. Her hands together and starts nervously fidgeting with her fingers. Maybe her fingers are itchy? That said, they're as beautiful as always. Not a scratch on them.
それより遠野くん、
Okay,
事前に断っておきますが、吸血鬼の話は放課後になってからです。今はランチタイムですから、そのことをきちんとわきまえるように。
It's fine.
わかってます。単に先輩とお昼が食べたかっただけですから。真面目な話はまた後でですね。
I sit down on the tatami and open my lunch. I still have a lot of questions, but I'll just put them out of my mind for now. If it means I can spend lunch break together with Senpai, doing nothing in particular, then I'll happily make that trade.
おや、遠野くんも同じセットですね。
今日は他にカレーパンもつけましたよ。でも、本当は違うものを期待していたんです。例えば、お手製のお弁当とか。
そうですか。お手製の。遠野くんのお家ならそれぐらい作ってもらえるんじゃないですか？
そうですね。めちゃくちゃ料理の美味しい家政婦さんがいてくれますから、お願いすれば用意してもらえるとは思います。でも大事なのは味ではなくてですね。頑張ったご褒美にもらえる真心的なものが欲しいです。
I steal a glance at her. Senpai's looking away awkwardly. It seems she's realized what I'm hinting at.
それは遠野くんの一方的な要求に過ぎないというか、強制力はあまりないというか、別に実行できなくても問題にはならないというか。
No, I want that bento.
ひどい。どうでもいい問題なので忘れていたわけですか。
いえ、忘れていたわけではなく、むしろ制作にもう少し時間が必要で、昨日一日ぐらいじゃ感度が全然戻らなくて、大事なのは味じゃないと言いますけど、やっぱり一番大事なのは美味しいことだと思うんです。
I'm a little stunned. I never thought I'd see Ciel Senpai so frantic. But wait. Calm yourself, Shiki. She's saying she needs more time because otherwise she can't make something delicious. Which means that even though those hopes and dreams are something I threw out there on a whim...
先輩、本当に俺のお弁当を作ってくれたんですか？
はい。作れませんでしたけど、期待に応えられなくて申し訳ありません。お弁当はもう少しお時間をいただくとして、何か他にお返しできるものがあればいいんですけど。
It appears even the almighty senpai of Soya High has her faults. Now that I think about it, she usually gets lunch at either the cafeteria or the school store. Still, some other way to repay me. In a way, I feel as though it was enough that she remembered that crazy promise at all. Senpai slumps her shoulders dejectedly. This display of vulnerability is so novel.
残念です。となると、体で返してもらうしかないですね。
Shiki, what are you doing? That it flips a switch deep inside of me. Physical labor.
力ってですか。割と現実的なんですね。
No.
でもよかった。それならなんとかなりそうです。
No, that's not what he meant.
明日の放課後、2時間ぐらいならどんなアルバイトでも変わって。
What an incredibly wholesome mind she has. Or put another way, just how straight-laced are her values. Anyway, that aside.
そうじゃなくて、もっと直接的なスキンシップの話です。
He wants to get romantical. Ooh. She do be silly. In one smooth motion. Wait, no. That's In one smooth motion, I uncross my legs and slide over to Senpai. Romantical? That's not a word? Oh, you bet it is. They want to be romantical.
どうなく？何
を？
何って近くに寄らないと先輩に触れないでしょう。そうだ、肩周りが見たいので上着を脱がせちゃいますね。
それは聖職者として許可できません。肩周りって？
じゃあメガネ取らせてください。
なぜ？爽やかに気が狂ってます。
なぜって男はみんなそうですけど、女の子の装飾品を剥がすのとか大好きだし、ゆで卵を剥く感じというか、それが末端であるほど興奮しますよね、先輩。
なんか堂々と屈折した紳士でした。
I reach out for Senpai's glasses. She swiftly backs away from my advancing hand.
取り替えっこなら、そちらのメガネと交換ならいいです。
Oh. Fair trade. Senpai throws out an unexpected condition, as if to hide her embarrassment. My fingers stop just short of reaching her. For some reason, I had this irresistible urge to toy with Ciel Senpai's glasses, but her words have brought me back to my senses. Thank God this was only a momentary impulse.
すみません。どうかしてました。先輩があまりに可憐な反応をするもので、つい。
I bow my head by way of an apology, and quietly return to my seat on the floor.
可憐ですか？よくわかりませんけど、正気に戻ってくれたのは助かります。メガネはいいんですか？
残念だけどまたの機会に。メガネを人前で取るのは俺も苦手でした。自分にできないことを人にお願いするのはちょっと虫が良すぎましたね。
ミスターマサージ。 She's gonna do massage the glasses?
はあ、私はそこまで気にしてませんけど、突然だったから驚いただけで。遠野くんはそんなに目が悪いんですか？
Yeah, maybe a little.
視力は平均的です。このメガネだってドア入ってないし、外さないのはただの願掛けです。子供の頃にお世話になった人との約束というか、まあそれも。
That's a promise I ended up breaking because of the events of the past few days.
訳ありということですね。それに関しては追求しませんが、先ほどの直接的なお返しというのは、その。
Senpai nervously glances at my face in a cute manner. Hey, wait a minute. I really let myself get carried away. Senpai may be tough, but there's still a line I shouldn't cross when joking around.
すみません。改めて反省させてください。
No
さっ
chew?
きのは健全な男子高校生の素直な気持ちというか、とにかく弁当の代わりに要求するようなことではありませんでした。今後は何とか抑えますので、今回ばかりはおめこぼしのほど。
This was your chance to get romantical, Shiki. Why? I press my forehead flat against the floor as I apologize profusely.
そうなんですか。私も年頃の男の子の生態は耳にしていますので。遠野くんが基本けだものだったこととか、何を言っているのかは理解できるのですが。
すみません。生態とか言われるのはきついです、先輩。
ですよね。とにかく一時の気の迷いなのは分かりましたけど、なんでそんなことを？浴場するのならノエル先生にだと思うんです。
No way. Noel Sensei is cringe.
何言ってるんですか？
Yeah, what are you saying, bro?
そんなの先輩の体が魅力的だからに決まってます。
It's very open. Her reaction is kinda off. It's becoming apparent that she really has no idea just how dangerous her own body is.
ですね。今話題にするのはルール違反だけど、我慢できないから話しますよ。シエル先輩はとんでもなく魅力的で、ブローブと戦ってる時の先輩はめちゃくちゃかっこよかったです。
かっこいいですか？
はい。地下の広場の時点で頼もしさは最高潮でしたけど、鎧に身を包んでからの先輩のかっこよさは別次元でした。あんな吹雪の中で一歩も引かなかった姿は完成されたアスリートみたいで、俺は外から見ていることしかできなかったけど、勇ましすぎて目が離せなかった。華奢な手足であんな重そうな重機とかバカでかい剣を振り回すのも嘘みたいだったし、何より鎧が剥がれてからの先輩はこう無防備すぎて脳にガツンときたというか、こんな反則級にすごい女の子がいるなんて、こうして思い返しても信じられないぐらいです。
I try to stop myself from getting too worked up as I divulge all these feelings. Just thinking about that frigid battle is enough to make my body temperature rise. It's no exaggeration to say that it actually makes my chest hurt. Frustratingly, I can't put my finger on exactly why it does, though. If I could put that pain in my chest into words, perhaps I could convey my feelings better to Senpai.
とにかく以上です。それぐらい先輩は魅力的だってことを自覚してください。
はあ、にわかには信じられませんが、遠野くんが言うなら1割ぐらいは。でも後半は褒め言葉じゃなかったような。
褒め言葉です。的確な表現が思い当たらなかっただけで、先輩はとことんモンスター級でした。もう夢に出るくらいに。先輩、自分のことわからないんですか？
そうですね。ちょっと自信はありません。
Oh.
私あんまり自分に関心はありませんから。
Senpai's voice is almost apologetic.
すみません。きっと自分のことなんて好きじゃないんです、私。
先輩？
でもありがとうございます。
Oh.
誰かに褒められるのってこんなに嬉しくて、こんなに照れくさいことだったんですね。
Senpai flashes me a happy smile, then looks down at the floor and falls silent. I end up not saying anything either. Then, after a few minutes of silence, she suddenly looks back up at me.
話は変わりますが、遠野くん。
Yeah, what's up?
はい。
There's a sudden tension in the air, so I straighten up and return her gaze. It's clear as day that she's about to bring up something really serious.
予定を早めて、吸血鬼の話。
No.
いえ、カレーパンください。
Understandable.
話変わりすぎだよ、先輩。大体食べ物には釣られないって言ってたじゃないか。
それとこれとは別問題です。遠野くん、自分が言ったことを今更保護にする気なんですか？
It seems I underestimated the passion she holds for her favorite food. In fact, it appears she was dead serious about our negotiations regarding the curry buns.
はいはい。元からその予定だったし。どうぞ、お納めください、将軍様。
I swiftly hand over the curry bun. Senpai lets out a yippee as she gleefully accepts the bun. She's acting just like a child.
それでは遠野くんには食後のお茶をお約束しましょう。ご安心を。空気を読んで緑茶ではなく紅茶にして、おまけにお茶菓子もつけちゃいます。
Ooh, okay. Well, as long as Senpai is happy, I have nothing to complain about. If the price of her smile is a single curry bun, that's a deal I'm willing to take. Bing bong, bing bong. Lunch break is over. We never ended up having our in-depth conversation. Ciel Senpai stood firm on her rule that anything serious would have to wait until after school. Senpai said she'd head back to her classroom after cleaning up the tea ceremony room. I'm reluctant to leave, but if I stick around, I just get in her way. I take a moment to collect myself and then head back to my classroom. And with that, classes are over. Ciel Senpai or Noelle Sensei. Two places to be at the same time. I can't keep standing here dithering any longer. Why the heck would I go Noelle? Come on. Obviously I'm going to the tea ceremony room. Get out of here. I think heading to the tea ceremony room to see Ciel Senpai is the right call after all. Noelle Sensei is a little too relaxed, and she seems to have a habit of dodging questions. Why are the two of them still here in the city? No, Noelle? More like no. L. It's true, if you pick Noelle, you want taking L. Ugh. Very disappointing. Unless I get a definitive answer to that question, I can't go home with a peace of mind. Ciel Senpai is waiting for me in the tea ceremony room. That should go without saying, but Noelle Sensei is nowhere to be found.
いらっしゃい、遠野くん。放課後までよく我慢できましたね。
Thank you, thank you. Senpai greets me with her usual Senpai greets me with her usual smile.
どうぞ座ってください。 長い話になりそうですから、足を楽にしていいですよ。
Okay, okay. Prompted by Senpai, I sit down on the tatami floor. I'd planned on sitting cross-legged, but since Senpai is sitting up straight, I figured I should too.
事情を説明する前に、こちらも聞かなければいけないことがあります。
Thighs. Wait,
トー
wait,
ノ
wait,
君が
what?
なぜあの地下墓地にいたのか。この数日、あなたに何があったのかを教えてください。
Though Senpai's voice is gentle, it has a forceful quality to it that makes it impossible to oppose. And that's a fair question. I still haven't explained to her how exactly I ended up getting involved with vampires. There's just never been a good opportunity for it until now.
それは
Taking the opportunity to make sense of my own memories, I explain everything that's happened so far. Senpai listens to me in complete silence. It's like I might as well be talking to myself. I explain how I happened to cross paths with Etiquette, how there are vampires lurking in the city. I tell her about the massacre at the hotel, and how Etiquette got wounded while trying to protect me. I explain how after that I ignored Etiquette's plans and went to the department store.
それであの地下墓地に居合わせたんですね。はあ、それにしても一人でやってくるなんて。
反省してます。今思い返すとどうかしていました。どうしてあんなに意固地になったのか。
それはそれだけあなたが追い込まれていたということです。それでその後は
アルクエイドのところに戻ってブローブを一緒に倒してくれって提案したんですけど。
She bluntly refused, saying it was pointless and that she didn't want to. Remembering how heartless she was back then kind of irritates me.
なるほど、断られたんですね。吸血鬼らしい考えです。それであなたは一人で私があれだけ注意したのにもかかわらずあの場所に現れたわけですか。
重ねてすみません。でもあれは先輩の忠告を無視したんじゃなくて。
私が怒っているのはあなたのことじゃないですよ。神祖の対応が予想通りだったので呆れただけです。まあ遠野くんの無鉄砲ぶりには言いたいことが山ほどありますので、それはいずれ追求させていただきますが。
そうですか。お手柔らかにお願いします。
その後は私が見た通りですね。あなたは一人で死とブローブを倒そうと現れ、私たちに協力してくれた。度を越した蛮勇ですが、人間としてなすべき道を選んだのですね。
いえ、それはちょっと違うというか。
違う？
How do I explain this? Etiquette promised to eliminate Vtuber as part of our agreement. The only reason I even managed to make it to the site of the collapse is because she carried me there. If I'd been alone, I probably wouldn't have been able to get past the police barricade. After that, she started whining as soon as she spotted Ciel senpai, and we went our separate ways. But in the end, she protected us. No, protected the entire city.
アルクエイドのやつ、ちゃんと協力してくれたんです。ブローブを一緒に倒そうって約束通り。
アルクエイドが人間と約束？
Senpai's eyes open wide in astonishment. And judging by her reaction, it seems like she actually knows Etiquette.
先輩、あいつと面識があるんですか？もしかして何度もやり合った敵同士とか。
面識はありますが話し合ったことはありません。こちらにとっても有名人ですから、彼女は。
The atmosphere has gotten a little tense. Senpai didn't deny the part about them being mutual enemies.
話は分かりました。大部分予想通りの経緯です。遠野くんは彼女と協力してこの町に根付いている吸血鬼を倒そうとしたんですね。
はい。めちゃくちゃな話で、半ばあいつに脅されたようなものだけど、こうして思い返してもああするしかなかったと思います。
信じられません。遠野くん、吸血鬼の言うことなんて本当に信じてるんですか？
何言うんですか先輩。先輩だって同じじゃないですか。吸血鬼をやっつける教会の
Senpai lightly puts her finger to my lips.
私のことはいいです。それより問題なのは遠野くんの方でしょ。
問題って俺に？
自覚ないんですね。
Senpai heaves a sigh and wearily slumps her shoulders.
アルクエド・ブリュンスタットは吸血鬼です。
Yes. Okay.
ブローブと種別は違いますが、
Mm-hmm.
彼女も人間社会にいるだけで危うい異物です。
Okay.
神祖にとって人間は畑を荒らす害虫と変わらない。今回は利害関係が一致したので協力したようですが、本来はブローブ以上の災害だと理解してください。
I see. I can't accept Senpai's words that easily. She's almost certainly right. It's a cold hard fact that Etiquette is a vampire. But even if she is, I just can't bring myself to think badly of her.
まあ、遠野くんには言うまでもないと思いますが、彼女の非道さはもう十分に体験しているでしょうから。
あいつの非道さって？
だって彼女に脅されていたんでしょ。神祖と二人きりなんて処刑台の上に放置されたようなものじゃないですか。
No, it's chill. Senpai even offers me her sympathies. I mean, sure, I ended up in plenty of situations that sent chills down my spine, but...
でもそれも終わった話です。ブローブを倒した以上、あいつとはもう関係がないんですから。
That's right. Never again will I have the opportunity to listen to her absurd demands.
すみません。もう少し確認しておきますけど。
No, I was not bitten.
遠野くん、彼女にどれくらいのことを聞いてるんですか？
どのくらいのことって、この町に人間を食い物にする吸血鬼がいて、それを追いかけてきたってことぐらいだけど。
つまり彼女本人のことも、彼女が追いかけている敵のことも聞かされていないんですね。
そりゃ詳しくは聞いてないけど。
そういうことですか。まあ賢明な判断ですね。
I mean, she did kind of
彼女にして
tell
も
us
これ
about
以上
all the
関係者を
different
増やすことは
vampires.
避けたいでしょうし。
これ以上ってもう巻き込まれた後なんですけど、俺。
So please stop treating me like I'm not. I'm as much a part of this as anyone.
いいじゃないですか。グローブ退治はもう済んだわけですし。
Yeah.
それより本題に入りましょう。私たちがまだ町に残っている理由、それが知りたいんですよね、遠野くん。
Oh. Yeah, that's right. Senpai said that they'd be gone as soon as they defeated the vampire. Defeated Vrov. So given that she said that, why is she still around?
単純に後始末が残っているからですよ。遠野くんも聞いているでしょ。使徒は人間の血を吸って手足になるしもべを作ると。親元が消えても三海底より上の使徒は独自に活動できます。彼らはこれからも聖者に擬態して人間を襲うでしょう。ですので親元を倒してもやることは残っているんです。吸血鬼に汚染された都市を元通りにするには時間がかかるものなんですよ。
I see. Vrov might be dead, but that doesn't mean his minions got wiped out with him. Senpai still has to go around the city rooting out any of the remaining vampires.
そういうことです。これは地道な仕事ですから、1日2日で終わることではありません。そもそも私はここの学生ですし、仕事が終わってもよっぽどのことがない限り町を離れませんよ。
離れないって本当に？
Really?
はい、離れる理由がない限りは。
That's good.
まあ卒業式が来ちゃったらさすがに出ていかざるを得ませんが。
I feel the warmth of my happiness radiate throughout my entire body. Senpai's going to stay here. That alone is enough to make the rest of her explanation seem irrelevant. I obviously can't ignore that there are still vampires hanging around, but the thought of being able to keep meeting Senpai fills me with such incredible happiness that it eclipses everything else.
けど仕事はちょっと山積みです。あの地下墓地について調べないといけませんし、もう亡くなってしまいましたが、いくらなんでもあれは大規模すぎです。1年や2年で作れるものではありません。
Senpai sighs and shrugs her shoulders. She's right. It's almost unreal just how sprawling those underground tunnels were. I still find it hard to believe that something like that existed right here under my own 2 feet. And there was also that central chamber. Just what on earth was that facility built to achieve?
そういえば先輩、なんであの広場で眠ってたんですか？もしかして油断して捕まってたとか？
油断なんてしてません。あれは演技です。
It's just acting, bro.
あの寝台は特別な生贄を送るものだったんです。だからわざと捕まって親元がやってくる夜まで眠ったふりをしていたのに。
俺が邪魔しちゃったんですね。
I feel somewhat ashamed, reflecting on my actions.
まったくです。本当に驚いたんですからね。お願いですから、二度とあんな真似はしないように。助けられそうな他人より、助からなくてはいけない自分の命を考えてください。いいですね、遠野くん。
I hang my head in shame and nod in response to her stern scolding. There must have really been something wrong with me back then. Well, I guess I am a little short on blood even at the best of times. So maybe when I end up in a stressful situation like that, there's just not enough of it making it to my brain?
でも、ひどい話ですよね。なんだって遠野くんに使徒の寝床なんて教えたんでしょうか、彼女は。いえ、それだけじゃなくブローブと直接戦わせるなんて、遠野くんを殺す気だったとしか思えません。
はい？
I look up at this odd remark to find Senpai staring off into the distance, positively fuming with anger. Why has she suddenly lost her cool like this?
私と遠野くんで倒せたから良かったものの、そう殺せるほどの概念武装があるんだったら自分で戦えって言うんです。
No, I don't think so. She told me not to go alone. So, no, I don't think that's the case. Definitely not.
結果、遠野くんをあんな危険な目に遭わせるなんて、あの場で彼女を懲らしめようと思ったぐらい頭にきました。
She definitely said no, don't go by yourself, and I ignored it.
大体、遠野くんも遠野くんです。いくら吸血鬼を倒せる武器をもらったからって、生身で戦うなんて何考えてるんですか？もしかして、彼女に弱みでも握られていたんですか？
いえ、そんなことはないんですけど。
My position is getting weaker by the second. I don't think it would fly if I said that I did it out of a feeling of responsibility for having killed her. Besides, I don't have the courage to own up to that murder to Senpai anyway.
そこ、聞いてますか、遠野くん。こんな時もぽやっとしてないでください。
はい、聞いてますとも。それより先輩、吸血鬼を倒せる武器って何？
I don't like the direction this conversation's going, so I hastily try and change the topic.
何って、遠野くんが持っていたナイフですけど。
Wow, I threw that question out there in sheer desperation, but it seems like I've managed to buy myself a new lease on life.
俺のナイフが吸血鬼を倒せる武器なんですか？
そうですけど。そっか、彼女が教えるはずがありませんよね。自分にとっても不利なことなんですから。ですね、吸血種は傷を受けても自動的に復元される生き物なんです。復元の強弱はあれ、これは吸血鬼。使徒たちが持つ種族的特性なので例外はありません。ですので、ありきたりの外的要因、通常の凶器では吸血鬼を殺しきれません。 重火器ならともかく遠野くんが使っていたナイフではとてもその
特別な力ですか？
はい、吸血死を滅ぼすには彼らの復元速度を上回る攻撃か復元そのものを無効にする要素が必要となります。復元呪詛、傷を治療するではなく破損した箇所を元通りにしようとする時間の逆行。この呪詛を無効にする神秘を概念武装というんです。
概念？何かの決まり事を武器にするってことですか？
はい、その通りです。よくできました。
うん
遠野くんたち風に言うと魔法の武器ですね。
It's magical.
元が人間の吸血鬼には他により効果的な手段があるので使いませんが、初めから人間ではない吸血死を処理するときに使用する言うなれば奥の手です。遠野くんのナイフもその一つだと思います。大方あの神祖が持ち出した対使徒用の武器なんでしょ？
Sure.
い
Yeah.
え、あれは自前のナイフというか親父の形見みたいなものでした。
ほう、これは私の勘違いでしたか。遠野くんのお家、遠野家の家宝ということですね。歴史のある家には魔除けの品が伝わっています。日本の古い家系はそれこそ古代から続いてますから。あれ？でも変ですね。遠野にあるとしたら魔を強めるものであって大麻の細工ではないような。
Senpai continues muttering to herself. It seems she doesn't know anything about my eyes. Bringing up the lines of death here would just complicate things, so I'll keep quiet about them for now. And besides...
先輩、うちのことを知ってるんですか？
ええ、まあ遠野家が古いお家であることぐらいは。私これでも教会の人間ですから、それぐらいの事前調査はこなしています。案外多いんですよ。それが特別な力を持つ道具だと知らないで保管しているお金持ちって。形見なんでしょ？お父様の？ならそれぐらいの一品だったってことですよ。
Maybe. I'll let her believe that for now. Still, it'd be nice if that really were the case. When I received this knife, I remember thinking that it was an awful keepsake. If it were actually something special, I'd have been able to think of it as something that connected me with my father.
ちょっと話がずれましたね。私の説明は以上です。遠野くんの方はどうですか？あれから体に異常はありませんか？
俺ですか？さすがにまだ全身筋肉痛ですけど、悪いところはありません。けどブローブにやられた肩の傷はちょっと変かな。あんなに深い傷だったのになんかもう塞がってるし。
ああ、それは私です。ごめんなさい、勝手に治療してしまって。
Okay.
ご迷惑でしたか？
まさか。全然嬉しいです。次もお願いします。
はい、次なんてないだろうけど、そう言ってもらえると助かります。
I'm the one who should be appreciative here. Senpai didn't just heal my injuries. She also kept an eye out for me afterward as well. When she tells me that there won't be a next time, it finally hits home. The vampires are gone, yet Senpai remains. I no longer have anything to do with vampires.
話は終わりましたね。後のことは私たちに任せて、遠野くん普通の学園生活に戻ってください。
Senpai healed my Kokoro. He's kind of shabby.
はい。あれは悪い夢だったと思っておきます。先輩がいてくれることが分かっただけでほっとしたし。
Oh.
あ。
Once everything is over, I'll erase your memories. Could say that everything is over now, so does that mean...
先輩、
はい、 何ですか遠野くん。
先輩たちは吸血鬼の秘密を守るんですよね。じゃあやっぱりこの後俺の記憶を消すんですか？
おや、消してほしいんですか
No
遠野くんは。
No.
わけないじゃないですか。お願いします。消さないでください。
I would hate to forget Senpai like this. I'd do anything to keep those memories. Starting with prostrating myself on the tatami and earnestly begging her for mercy. And then...
消しませんよ。というか消せません。一日消したぐらいじゃもうどうしようもないですし。遠野くんが信頼できる人なのはここでの会話だけで十分に伝わりました。リスクのある記憶消去は行いません。それにお願いするのは私の方です。どうかブローブのことは口外しないで、私とノエル先生のことも見逃してください。それとこれが一番大事なことですが、もう絶対に危ないことはしないでくださいね。
Okay, okay. Finishing her appeal, Senpai bows her head to me. Her bow is far more sincere than the pleading I had attempted earlier.
それはもう吸血鬼とは関わるなってことですか？
はい。だって遠野くん怖いの嫌なんでしょ？
I guess.
それはそうですけど、でももし
If I were to come across one of the remaining vampires attacking someone, I don't think I'd be able to just turn and walk away.
いえ、努力します。自分からは関わりません。
Senpai says splendid, smiles and stands up. It appears our chat has come to an end. She slides open the door of the room and urges me outside, almost as if releasing me from the nightmare of the past few days.
それじゃあまた明日、先輩。
はい。また明日学校で。安心してください。遠野くんの平和は私がきっちり守りますから。
Oh. Ciel Senpai proudly puffs out her chest. Seeing that smile again confirms something for me. I like Ciel Senpai. So I may be biased, but I simply can't help but be happy when I see that smile of hers. I still have plenty of things I want to ask her about, and there's a lot I want to know. But just understanding that fact is enough for me right now. The sun is almost set. I haven't lost a single thing. I spent all day thinking of Senpai, and she's rewarded me by capping it off with the smile I'd been so eager to see. Wow.
ところで、もし俺が先輩の秘密を誰かに話したら、どうなるんでしょう？
それはもちろん遠野くんが想像した通りのことをするだけです。痛いのがもっと嫌いになっちゃうような。
Senpai delivers this terrifying reply with a smile on her face. Note to self. Do not breathe a word to anyone about the fact that Senpai is an executor. Bruh. I'm on my way back home. I don't have any reason to stick around at school any longer, and I don't have anything to do in town either. Today's the day I finally return to the mansion at a reasonable hour, and don't end up causing any anxiety for Agiha. Home sweet home.
あれ？ただいま、翡翠。
お帰りなさいませ、四季様。
Mitsui is standing in front of the main entrance. Her timing is too perfect for this to be coincidence.
もしかして、俺が帰ってくるのを待っていてくれたのか？
はい。主人の出迎えは使用人の務めですから。
Mitsui replies without batting an eyelid, as if this were the most normal thing in the world.
いや、出迎えてくれるのは嬉しいけど、わざわざ外で待ってなくていいよ。俺は勝手に帰ってくるから、気づいた時だけ声をかけてくれればいい。
Mitsui's expression clouds over slightly. I've just had a thought. Is it possible that Hisui stood out here waiting for me to come home on Friday and Saturday too?
承りました。明日からはロビーで四季様のお帰りをお待ちいたします。
Hisui lowers her head in a slight bow, then opens the front door.
ごめん。ありがとう、翡翠。
I feel another pang of remorse about my behavior those past couple days. Thanking her for her concern, I make my way through the front door of the mansion with the sun still in the sky.
お荷物をお預かりいたします。四季様は今でおくつろぎください。
いや、このまま部屋に戻るよ。着替えてから居間に降りる。琥珀さんとアキハは？
姉さんは厨房でご夕食の支度をしています。
Oh, Yonesan, okay.
アキハ様は先ほど連絡がありましたので、あと30分ほどでお帰りになられるかと。
そっか。じゃあ30分後に。ずっと外で待っててくれたんだ。翡翠もちょっとは休んでいてくれ。これは主人としての命令だからな。
では、お言葉に甘えて失礼します。後ほどお迎えに上がりますので、ごゆっくりお休みください。
So he bows and then disappears into the corridor, leading towards the west wing. Her room is that way, so that's probably where she's headed to take a rest.
よし、こっちも一息入れてくるか。
I walk up the stairs in the lobby. I enjoy the sight of the gorgeous chandeliers out of the corner of my eye as I head towards my room on the second floor of the west wing.
おかえり。
Oh.
No.
On my bed, swinging its legs back and forth, sits an even bigger surprise than running into Ciel senpai this morning.
お、何？もう仕切ったらそんなに驚いちゃって。
Oh.
私に会えたことがそんなに嬉しい？
お前な。
The sheer upbeat audacity of her statement is enough to kick my brain back in gear. I close and lock the door as fast as I can, dump my bag on the floor and make a furious beeline towards the bed.
何度俺を驚かせれば気が済むんだお前は。だいたい日も沈みきってないのに出歩くなんて。ってうわあ。
捕まえた。やっぱりイメージより実物の方が何倍もドキドキするね。
話せって。本当何考えてんだお前。
I didn't even have time to protest. As soon as I get close to her, this dumbass grabbed my arm and dragged me onto the bed.
何って式のことを考えてたよ。だからここにいるんだけど、これっておかしい？
いやおかしいかってそもそも。
She was thinking about me. That's pretty strange in and itself.
それより離れろ。人に見られたら言い訳のしようがないぞこれ。って背中に手を回すな。近いってば。
She isn't backing off at all. On the contrary, she's pressed herself right up against me. It takes both my hands for me to extricate myself from Etiquette and get away from the bed.
もう乱暴なのは相変わらずね。
The great cat atop my bed purrs sweetly before sighing and standing up.
一日ぶり、元気だった式。
This is neither dream nor illusion. That peerless figure, whose presence alone is enough to enchant those around her, is undoubtedly Etiquette.
お前な。
I really do have a laundry list of complaints I want to launch with her, but the words just won't come out. Appalled as I am to admit it, it seems I'm actually unbelievably happy to meet her again.
いや、騙されないぞ。もういろいろゴリゴリだ。何しに来たんだよアルクエイド。ブローブは倒したんだ。もう俺に用はないだろう。
気分がいいから血を吸いに来ちゃった。
Suck my blood? What did she just say?
なんち ちゃって。冗談よ冗談。ちょっと式の驚く顔が見たかっただけ。
She laughs, clearly enjoying herself. Etiquette surveys the interior of the room with great interest. She walks around with the grace of a model. It's almost as if she's the real owner of this room.
待ってくれ。本当に頭が追いつかない。本気で俺をからかいに来ただけなのか。
If she did, I really want to know what kind of vampire is that sort of free time.
半分は式目当て。出歩いてたら式の匂いがしたから用事を放り捨ててこっちに来ちゃった。
Well, so much for whatever errand she was supposed to be running. I can't say I don't empathize with being left high and dry as a result of Her Majesty's whims. That aside...
あのな、敵を倒したら帰るんじゃなかったのかよ。いや、そもそも今すぐ帰ってくれ。うちから秋葉に見つかる前に。
あら、あとの半分、真面目な方の話に興味はないの？敵を倒したら帰るはずの私がどうして残っているのか、おかしいと思わない？
それは。
I am a little curious. She's not the sort of person to hang around the city on a whim. She may seem like a free spirit, but she's actually an exemplar of logic and reason. I need a drink. If Etiquette is still here, then that must mean there are still vampires left to defeat.
じゃあ、お前もブローブの残党狩りを？
ええ、残った下級使徒の始末よ。ブローブとは関係のない話だけどね。
ブローブとは関係がない。
Just as I'm about to ask what that's supposed to mean.
シキ様、物音が聞こえたのですが、何かございましたか
？Misui shows up. She must have heard the two of us talking.
まずい。ブローブよりまずい。いいから今は帰ってくれ。誰にも見つからないで、あの夜みたいにピョーンとひとっ飛びで。
何？この家の人？いい機会だし、挨拶していこうかな。
バカ！殺されるからな、それ。
Mostly me. Bye, Akia.
シキ様、失礼とは存じますが、ドアを開けてよろしいですか？
No!
よくない。ちょっと待って、今着替え中。頼む。とにかく帰ってくれ、アルクエイド。後で埋め合わせするから。
なら今夜10時、南口の公園で待ち合わせしてくれる？
Why I want to rest tonight, bro?
するから早く。
交渉成立ね。ありがとう。待ってるわ、シキ。
Considerately thanking me for my acquiescence. I don't know what that means. Etiquette saunters over to the window.
でも気をつけて。この屋敷、良くないわよ。水気が濁ってる。
What do you mean? She must have come in through the window as well. With that word of warning, the vampire in white takes flight like a beautiful bird. Dinner goes by without incident. Akiha came home a little before 7 o'clock in uncharacteristically high spirits, and after dinner, we retired to the living room to enjoy some tea. 2 hours remain before my promised appointment with Etiquette. I've got butterflies in my stomach just thinking about it, but sitting here fretting isn't going to accomplish anything. I'll sneak out of here once everyone's gone to bed. So for the time being, I should just act casual and try not to arouse any suspicions.
ダージリンでしたら2番目より1番目の方が好まれると思いますよ。味も香りも控えめで後に残りませんもの。そうね。兄さんにはファーストフラッシュの方が合っているかも。私はセカンドフラッシュの方が好みだけど。 たまには兄さんに合わせましょうか。でも好みで選ぶ
Getting caught with a side. I didn't see that till
の
now.
方がいいんじゃない？
It was about to get caught with a side
日
piece, it's
本
true.
と先は兄さんと琥珀で、私と翡翠が紅茶糖かしら。
うんうんうん。
いえいえ、翡翠ちゃんはお茶にはこだわりませんよ。神経質そうに見えますけど、こう見えて割と
姉さん、
見た目通り好き嫌いのない鉄壁のメイドさんですから。ほら、お掃除とかお裁縫とかできないことってないんですよ、四季さん。
So when are you serving me fancy Tono household tea you're waiting? You know, someday. Don't worry. I'll get Stella to make some stuff for you. Kohaku-san suddenly addresses me, even though I haven't been a part of the conversation so far.
紅茶の話をしてたように思うけど、なんで翡翠の話に？
だって四季さんは翡翠ちゃんと一緒ですから。翡翠ちゃんの神経質なところは知っているでしょ？
いや、それは。
I sneak a glance at Hisui out of the corner of my eye and notice she's looking somewhat nervous.
神経質とは違うような。きめ細かい仕事と神経質なのは別でしょ。俺がポカやってもすぐに片付けてくれるし、自分でも気づかない体調を指摘してくれるし。あと、夜遅くに帰っても誰かさんみたいに怒らないし。そういうのはおとなしい、優しいと表現すべきだよ。
Yeah.
兄さん、門限も守れない学生は糾弾されて叱るべきだと思うのですが、私は間違っているかしら？
もちろん正しいけど、いくらなんでも8時っていうのは早すぎないか。子供じゃないんだから、この際10時ぐらいに決め直そう。
却下です。兄さんにはそんな時間まで外にいる理由はないでしょ。習い事をしているわけでも部活動をしているわけでもないんですから。
When she puts it like that, there's not much room for a rebuttal. If someone with a few commitments as myself isn't returning home early, there isn't much they could be off doing other than fooling around.
もっとも門限を守ればいいという話ではありませんけど、これまでの自堕落ぶりを反省して早く帰ってきてくれたのは喜ばしいですが、その後が気になります。夕食から心ここにあらずという様子ですが、例えばこの後何かご予定が入る。
Of course not. No, not at all. I'm this close to breaking eye contact with her, but stopped myself at the last moment. How is Akiha so damn perspective? She hit me with these allegations right at this crucial junction, too. Ordinarily, I'd have folded like a house of cards. However, I've been through a lot. I fought with a vampire, was reunited with Ciel senpai this morning, and even survived Etiquette's ambush. I don't have any weak spots left.
この後は風呂に入るだけだけど、なんだ、先に入るのか？それならそれでいいけど、って、そうか。この家、浴槽は2つあったな。
そうですが、何か？
東館のは大浴場なんだってな。たまにはそっちを使ってみたいもんだ。
その時は翡翠に伝えてください。時間を調整して入れ替えますから。
Alright, perfect turnabout. Akiha awkwardly breaks eye contact in the face of my downright flagrantly calm composure.
そうだ。風呂で思い出したけど、この屋敷の水回りでどこか調子の悪いところとかあるのかな？
I'm curious what Etiquette meant when she said that the water here is bad, so I try asking about it.
水ですか？私は特に気にしていませんが、庭に通している川のことかしら。琥珀はどう？
私も今のところ気になる故障はありませんけど。ああ、もしかして地下の古い水路のことかもしれません。もう何年もメンテナンスされていませんし、強い雨の日は悪い水が溜まる可能性もありますね。
That's all apparently. I wonder if Etiquette was talking about this aqueduct.
そう。お父様は屋敷の作りに手を入れたがらなかったから、そういうこともあるのでしょうね。いい機会だし、今の案件が落ち着いたら業者を入れて様子を見ましょうか。
The subject of the aqueduct comes to an end, and we return to talking about nothing in particular again. The tea party winds up carrying on past 8 o'clock, though I had to excuse myself before then to go take a bath. Oh.
それでは、おやすみなさいませ、四季様。
ああ、おやすみ、翡翠。
I turn off the lights and lie down in bed. There's less than an hour until my meeting with Etiquette. The park south of the station, it's across the tracks from the business district, and it's the largest park in the city. It takes about half an hour to get there, on foot from the Tono residence.
でも、本当に何の用なんだろう。
I suppose she's still in this city for the same reason Senpai is. The vampire extermination isn't complete until the last of those stragglers have been taken care of. But then again...
意外だな。先輩たちはともかく、アルクエイドがそこまでしてくれるなんて。
It seemed to me that Etiquette was only ever interested in defeating her enemy. I was expecting her to blow off dealing with the fallout, and yet, she's still here. Whatever her intentions, at the end of the day, she's still helping to protect this city.
はあ、ずるいよな。それじゃ無視できないじゃないか。
She's an incredibly dangerous character. Sure, but I can tell beyond a shadow of a doubt that she's not a bad person. Vampire or not, never before have I seen a woman with such a beautiful smile. What about Ciel? I thought you said Ciel had the most beautiful smile. With 10 o'clock approaching, the lights in the mansion go out. It's about time. I slip my knife into the pocket just in case and leave my room. There's little sign of life in the park. The area south of the station is mostly taken up by office buildings, so there aren't any locals around to use the park, nor are there any young people stopping by after a night out. By the time the clock hits 10, it's all but empty. Alone in this deserted public space stands a conspicuous white shadow.
あ、来た来た。こんばんは。時間ぴったりだね、四季。
Like every other, what do you mean like every other man? After 10 empty? What does that mean? And there's that smile of hers. I catch myself before I fall sway to its charms, and glare pointedly at her. She assaulted me in my room, and was this close to being spotted by Hisui. Tonoshiki barely has a say in what happens around the mansion as it is. Just how would she make up for it if my opinion were to be rendered utterly null and void?
ねえ、聞いて。さっきまでそこのベンチに二人組の男女がいたんだけど、おかしな話をしていたの。なんでも誕生日が近いから何か欲しいものがないかって。
待った。その前に言っておくことがある。というか、俺は怒っている。お前がきっちり反省するまで話はしないから、そのつもりで。
怒ってるってなんで？
やっぱりな。 分かってないと思った。まあそこはいいよ。お前に一般常識なんて求めてないから。どうせ吸血鬼のすることだと諦める。でも付き合わされるこっちはたまらないんで、厳重注意だけはしておきます。
Just as one would train a wild beast.
その言い方なんか嫌。私あなたを困らせるようなことはしてないんだけど。
You left me!
人の部屋に忍び込んでおいてそれか。人間の世界じゃ無断で遊びに来ることも、2階の部屋に窓からやってくることも、そもそも家の敷地に入ることも犯罪なの。まったく見つからなかったからよかったものの、もし誰かに見られていたらどうするつもりだったんだよ。まさか力ずくで解決とかしないよな。
何よ失礼ね。そんな野蛮なことしません。第一、人間に見つかるようなヘマはしないわ。監視カメラだって壊しておいたし、もし誰かに出くわしても意識
You smell!
カメラ壊しただ。さりげにすごいこと言ったな。それを力ずくって言うんだ、このバカ女。
バカ女って、あなた私をバカにしてるの？
バカをバカって言ってんだから、それ以外何があるって言うんだバカ。反論があるなら聞いてやるから言ってみろ。
何よ、私は式に会いに行っただけじゃない。
And destroy all the cameras. Like, you mean because he's gone Ciel, but he's still looking at Vampire Lady. No, she's the one who called him out here. So she could, like, easily kill him, so, like, even I'd be kind of shit scared what's going on.
そんなに怒られるようなことしてないと思うけど。
But yeah, we're definitely going for Ciel. I can't believe she's maintaining her innocence even as new charges come to light. So this is what it feels like to be at a loss for words.
わかった、わかりました。確かにカメラを壊したのは余分な行為だったと思う。要はあれね、人間的にきちんと玄関から行けばよかったんだ。
No!
次からはそうするわ。招かれないと家に入れないなんて特性もないし。待って、どこ行くの式？
Just walking away.
ないよ。
I'm out of here. Oh, my legs just started making their own way home. It seems like what Etiquette just said finally set some alarm bells ringing in my subconscious. Though it's not like I'd actually be able to give her the slip, so I trudge back over to where she's standing.
悪い。考え事をしていたら足が勝手に動いた。あと、玄関からやってきたらその時こそ絶好だからな。本気で恨んでやるから覚悟しやがれ。
玄関からでもダメなの？じゃあどうすればいいのよ。私にあなたに近寄るなって言っているの？
Yes.
そんなこと言うかバカ。
Oh.
何もかもいきなりすぎるから、ちゃんと段階を踏んでくれればいいんだ。お前はいるだけで目立つんだから、もっとおしとやかに行動してくれってこと。
I'd even feel comfortable with her visiting the Tono mansion whenever she feels like it. So long as I invite her in first, introduce her to Akiha, and then we get a couple of practice runs under our belt before letting her loose. I was thinking of conveying these nuances to Etiquette, but she glares at me with a sullen scowl on her face, like an indignant cat.
何よ、勝手なことばっかり言って。だいたいいるだけで目立つってどうしてよ。私、外見は人間と変わらないでしょ。
あのな、美人はいるだけで目立つもんなの。人間であるかどうかは関係ない。
I answer her clearly. Oh, Deku-arku. Perhaps she... Wait one sec. Perhaps because my reply left little room for debate, Etiquette seems to have accepted it without a fuss.
まあ、こっちも言い過ぎたけど。とにかく、今後はあんな無茶はやめてくれ。
We're gonna die, I gotta charge.
俺の心臓が止まりかねない。
Wow, wow, wow. Okay. Okay.
わかったわ。四季の心臓が止まるのは嫌だから、できるだけおしとやかにする。
Etiquette nods, a demure expression adorning her features. Well, would you look at that? She actually will listen if you give her a stern warning. Actually, given the way she's sheepishly hunching her shoulders, it's almost as if Etiquette's acting like an ordinary human girl.
じゃあ本題に入るぞ。
Yeah.
どうしてうちに来たんだ、アルクエイド。俺にはもう用はないはずだろ。
何って吸血鬼探しよ。
Still?
四季、私に協力してくれるって言ったじゃない。
やっぱりそうきたか。親元は倒したけど、まだ手下が残ってるもんな。でもどんな心境の変化だよ。お前の敵はブローブだけじゃなかったのか。
私の敵はブローブじゃないよ。私が探していたのはこの町に救った吸血鬼で、ブローブは関係ないもの。
Oh. Vrov was unrelated.
待ってくれ。それどういう意味なんだ。
言った通りの意味だけど。
But you killed Vrov. So who the fuck are you after now?
切れるようでどこか抜けてるのね。いい？確かにブローブは吸血鬼だったけど、あいつは人の血を吸っていた？
吸っていたかって当然だろ。あいつはあんなに人間を片っ端から燃やして。
That's right. Why didn't I spot such an obvious discrepancy? All of the victims of the serial killer were discovered without injuries to their bodies, outside of the fact that their blood was drained. But that's not what Vrov would do. That guy burned corpses to a crisp. It's true that he did suck blood, but that wasn't the main way he killed people. In fact, the people who died at the hotel are currently being treated as casualties of a conflagration, not as victims in a murder case. Which means that Vrov has no connection to the serial killings that have been happening in the city.
待ってくれ。じゃあ、吸血殺人事件は何なんだ。一体どこの誰があんな真似をしていたんだ。
だから、あの事件はブローブと別の吸血鬼の仕業なのよ。
Yeah, but who?
この町に隠れていたのはロアという名前の使徒よ。
Wait, but you've killed him.
年月をかけて都市を侵食するタイプで、その特色は転生すること。一つの都市を汚染した後、その命を終えて次の都市を食い物にする吸血鬼。
There's an unmistakable note of disgust in Etiquette's voice. I feel a brief shiver run down my spine, and the intensity in her voice might just be too much for me to take.
転生って、死んだら生まれ変わるって意味の転生？
I think the proper name for it is samsara, or something like that. It's a Buddhist concept which states that when you die, you're simply reborn into your next life. The soul itself is eternal.
そう。殺されても次の命に生まれ変わる人間を利用した不老不死の亜種。転生は聖堂教会の教義にはないから、ロアはいないものとして扱われてきたわ。私はそのロアを殺すためにこの町にやってきた。ブローブが来た理由は、ちょっとあやふやになってきたわね。名誉目当てで私を追いかけてきた祖かと思ったけど、ブローブにはそれだけの理性、使徒社会における協調性はなかったみたいだし。ま、そのあたりはもういっか。ブローブは死んだんだし。とにかくブローブとロアは別物よ。ブローブは正真正銘、この町の使徒化とは無関係の第三者ってこと。私、標的がブローブだなんて言わなかったでしょ。ブローブにとっての標的は私だったけど、私にとっての標的はブローブじゃなくて、この町で通り魔と言われている吸血鬼だけよ。シキ、まさかとは思うけど、ものすごく単純な勘違いしてたとか？
Yes.
うん。勘違いしてた。
I somewhat awkwardly break eye contact with Etiquette. Because she said that killing vampires was her objective, I immediately jumped to what seems to have been the wrong conclusion.
それじゃあ、あの夜ブローブと殺し合ったのは無意味なことだったのか。
無意味じゃないわ。ブローブがあなたたちにとって脅威だったのは事実だし、シキは私の代わりに戦ってくれたんじゃない。だからそんな顔しないで、もっと自信を持って。あの時のシキは綺麗だった。私あんなに目が離せなかったのは初めてだった。まあだからこそあいつが視界に映るのが我慢ならなかったんだけど、目障りにも程があったわ。
Damn. She actually moved me a bit there. To think Etiquette of all people would be so supportive. Still, she's right. What we accomplished wasn't in vain. It doesn't matter who Vtuber was. It was a living disaster who had to be defeated. Even if I'm someone who can't do anything other than kill things, I can at least say with certainty that I helped to achieve that goal.
いや、でも待て。じゃあ吸血鬼事件は何も解決してないってことか。ロアってやつはまだ生きているんだから。
それも問題なし。もう危険はないから安心して。ここからは後処理みたいなものだし。
後処理ってことは。
I think I can guess what's coming, but...
ロア本体はとっくに始末したわ。言ったでしょ、シキのおかげだって。ブローブに使う分の力が余ってたし、すぐに見つけてやっつけちゃった。
Etiquette nonchalantly reports the end of the serial killings.
それは町の人間として助かるけど。
A feeling of foreboding crawls up my spine, and my heart throbs violently.
でもロアを殺してもそのしもべはまだ活動している。前に話したでしょ、親元としもべの関係。死者はみんな死体に戻っただろうけど、ってなったのが数体残ってるみたいなの。
Wait a fucking minute. Shit. Wait. Shiki and Roa had a connection back in the lost route. Fuck, please don't you fucking kill me. No. It just fucking clicked in my mind. I was like, wait a minute. Etiquette calls my name in a wheedling tone. I can see where this is going. I hate that I can see where this is going. Basically, the reason Etiquette called me out here is because... Oh, you're not gonna...
誰かが私と一緒に使徒の始末をしてくれたら助かるんだけどな。
Okay, so you don't wanna kill me. Don't fucking make me shit myself, bro. I got very fucking scared there for a second. Just as I suspected. I do appreciate what Etiquette is doing. The vampires still in this city can't just be left to their own devices. Still, that doesn't mean I can argue to help her with that readily. No, because you fuck, it's been a while. So, Roa is Shiki's brother, kind of. They're both named Shiki. The reason Shiki got in that fucking accident was because of, his brother. So some shit went down, and yeah, it's been a while. I've kind of forgotten it. I should go back and like just recheck shit just to make sure I don't miss anything in this playthrough at one point. But they're definitely connected. I think back on the fight against Vtuber. The fear I felt back then while skirting the precipice of death is so burned into my mind that simply thinking back on it sends a shiver down my spine. I've returned to my normal life. I'm not going to get involved with vampires again. I even promised Senpai I wouldn't.
そっか。じゃあとっておきを言ってあげる。
What?
お願いだからブローブを倒してくれ。
Yeah?
これって誰の言葉だったかしら。
She's got me there. Etiquette might have flipped out when she spotted Ciel Senpai, but at the end of the day, she still helped us. And if she hadn't been there to protect us against the billowing cold, I'm not the only one who would have ended up encased in ice. The whole city would have frozen solid. Which means, now it's time for me to hold up my end of the bargain.
わかった。手を貸す。貸せばいいんだろ。いいよ。俺も吸血鬼の排除には賛成だし。怖いのは嫌だけど、我慢して協力してやる。
そうこなくちゃ。
Okay. Let me check. Okay. 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 I need to see. Where is it? It's a bit hard. Why is there no like thing? I'm trying to see because it's slipped my mind how Odawa and Shiki are related because they're both Shiki, kind of. Okay, there's so many different fucking versions of it. It's not showing me right shit. Okay, anyway.
頼りにしてるわ、シキ。私と一緒に戦ってね。
Let's go back to the VOD when I can. Etiquette is positively beaming. She's counting on me. Wait, she's counting on me? I'm pretty sure she'd be totally fine on her own. Still, hearing her say that certainly does make it feel like something worth doing. I feel like there was another meaning to the word vampire. Maybe that a vamp can also refer to a temptress that seduces men? I'd say the definition suits her to a T. Even if she hadn't brought up our promise, I could never refuse the way she smiled at me.
Door を失ったしもべたちの取る行動は2つ。身の危険を察して巣に引きこもるか、支配者から解放されたことで自由に夜を闊歩するか。今夜は前者、引きこもっている方に狙いをつけましょう。
After saying this, Etiquette starts leading me towards the residential district. Based on what I've heard so far, I'd assume that the vampires taking advantage of their newfound freedom would be the most dangerous. However, that means that the executors, that Ciel Senpai and others will... that the executors, that Ciel Senpai, and the... Wait, what? That means that the executors, that Ciel Senpai and the others will take... What? Why is this that? Why did you say that? My brain cannot comprehend this thing. This sentence. Whatever. That means that the executors, that Ciel Senpai and the others will take care of them even if we don't do anything.
まず危険なのは自由になってはしゃいでいる人だろうけど、この町にはあいつがいるから、そんなの昨日のうちに見つかって狩られてるわ。
I see.
次に危険度が高いのは住処で休眠している集団ね。親元を倒すぐらいの外敵が現れた以上、群れていた方が安全と考える知能があるから。で、危険度、難易度ともに高いのが自由になった時点で群れから離れてじっと町に潜むやつ。それだけの判断力と適応力があるなら4回転を超えているだろうし、時間さえあれば新しい派閥を作りかねない。
新しい派閥、あの地下の広場みたいなものか。
地下の広場？そんなのあったのね。ロアのコミュニティほどじゃないだろうけど、月に1人の割合で人知れず犠牲者を出すぐらいの。でも代行者がいる限り、そんな真似をしたらすぐに見つかって処理されるわ。
だから代行者がいる以上、上級の人はなかなか尻尾を出さないの。あいつらは飛車狩りには便利だけど、同時に上級の人を警戒させる厄介者なのよ。
I see. For vampires, executors are like the police. Just having them around is enough to crack down on the spontaneous assaults, as well as put a serious dent in rates of premeditated crime. However, that's nothing more than deterrence. In order to locate the criminals, vampires in this case, slow and steady effort is required.
それじゃあ今から行くところは吸血鬼が集まっている隠れ家なのか？
ええ、確証は取れていないけど、それは指揮がいればはっきりするわ。それより指揮、ロアの棺がどこにあったのか聞かな。
Etiquette says something strange.
別にいいよ。もう型がついたんなら興味はないし、俺には関係のない話だし。
そうなんだ。指揮の学校の地下にあったんだよって驚かそうと思ったのにな。
Etiquette pouts, seemingly disappointed.
いや待て、そりゃ驚くよ。吸血鬼のボスのねぐらがうちの学校の地下だったって。
ええ、上手に隠されてたけど、そこはほら繊細かつ緻密な操作で見つけちゃった。
なぜ疑問符が差し込まれる？
That's gotta be the most suspicious explanation I've ever heard. Still, underneath the school, Etiquette may have taken care of it already, but I still can't help feeling a little uneasy.
指揮、どうしたの？怖い顔をして。
いや、親玉の住処が学校の地下にあったのなら、うちの生徒たちが犠牲になっていたかもしれない。
それはないと思うけど、本体が眠る棺は最後の隠れ家だから、その周辺で食事なんて取らないわ。下手に血の匂いを残したら代行者にたどられてしまうでしょ。
そっか。自分の家の玄関で事件を起こすようなものだもんな。
そうそう、元凶の膝元では異常は起きない。これ人でも人間でも共通の隠蔽法でしょ。
That makes sense. Etiquette takes the lead. Her steps light. She sure is carefree for someone on their way to a vampire hideout. I'm not sure how I feel. I'm nervous, but not exactly scared. I wonder if that's because I think it'll be a cakewalk compared to the battle against Vrov, or if I've just gotten a bit braver recently. Whatever the reason, I'm glad to not be shaking in fear. I look up as Etiquette suddenly sneezes. I'm about to comment that even vampires feel cold, but then remember the battle against Vrov. So, yeah, pretty obvious they do. She may be a lot sturdier than humans are, but if you cut her, she still bleeds. And she definitely feels pain. I've seen plenty of evidence for that.
そのミニスカが原因か。寒いのならこれ着るか？
I take off my jacket and offer it to Etiquette.
いいの？やったー！ちょっとの間だけ借りるね。
Etiquette puts on my jacket and twirls around, almost dancing as she continues to lead on. Etiquette sure is raring to go for someone who was sneezing a second ago. She's like a bundle of energy, or a beautiful flower. Anyway, idly gazing at her is proving dangerously intoxicating. If I'm not careful, I might even fall for her.
なんだそれ。ここまで惚れっぽかったのか。俺。
I shake my head, tearing my eyes away from her. We come out through the underpass, arriving at a deserted residential district. The vampire nest Etiquette was talking about is now right around the corner. We've arrived at an apartment complex located square in the heart of this residential area. An utterly unremarkable fourth-story building. Nothing unusual about it. Shiki questioning if he do get the very lovey eyes with a lot of the woman. Very easily. Every floor is around 4 units, most of which have the lights on.
このマンションがそうなのか。
ええ、それをあなたで確かめるの。シキ、ここでメガネを外して、あの建物の周りを見て。
メガネを外してって、なんで？
その方が確実だから。私は人間と人間じゃないものの気配を感じ取れる。あなたは聖者と死者の違いが視覚情報として読み取れる。索敵方法は大いに越したことはないでしょ。これは明日からのテストも兼ねているわ。シキが私と行動するということは、その目で街を見るということだから。
Tomorrow? Ugh. I understand what Etiquette is getting at. I was the one that said we should cooperate, so it's not like I can refuse. In the 7 years since I received these glasses, I haven't walked around town without them even once. I mean, just seeing things with my glasses off is enough to give me a headache. It's easy to imagine what would happen to me if I were to look at the city or pass her by without them. Shiki's standards are be anime. No, it's be cool. And he'll be like, whoa, you're so cool. And then just fall for them, you know. But that's not something I can see after the past 2 days. I have experienced hell, if only once. For as long as the horrors I witness underground remain etched into my brain, enduring a headache or two is nothing in comparison.
メガネを外すよ。それで型がつくなら安いもんだ。
The lines come into view. The stress it puts on my brain makes you want to throw up. This place is strange. The lines ringing along the building don't look any different than usual. There's something oddly chilling about them. Perhaps it's the brilliant white of the light leaking from the rooms, or maybe it's the woman just returning to the apartment, on whose body the lines of death draw a dense, swirling maelstrom.
そう、やっぱり当たりね。
Even Sensei normally is like, no, then she beats him up. Noel, Sensei? Stop that. What do you mean, Ciel Senpai? I mean, he was already pretty, I don't know, they got great energy. Rather than heading for the entrance to the complex, Etiquette sets off down the slope leading to the underground garage. A shutter has been lowered over the entrance.
このシャッター、人よけと消臭の結界がかかってる。それもロアが消えたことで薄れているけど。
Etiquette swoops down and puts her hand on the edge of the shutter. I thought she would pull it up in one go, but...
シキ、このシャッター切れる？
そりゃ切れるけど、いいのか？
Ah, yeah, true. I still don't like Noel Sensei, though.
ええ、私よりシキが敵に。無理やり開けると警報が鳴るでしょ。
She does have a point. Now that the time has come to act, Etiquette is totally level-headed. I sever the lines in the shutter. With a crashing sound, the iron door falls onto the concrete floor. I peer through the hole cut into the shutter. I peer through the hole cutting the shutter into this inky blackness beyond.
なんだこの匂い。
Wait a minute, this is where the creepy dude was. The odor is repulsive. Gonna appear like here. The smell of rotting flesh pervades to the inside of the garage, and the air is heavy with the scent of blood. The group forms, each member a squirming mass of lines. I must have noticed that they had visitors as soon as I cut through the shutter. Stinky gamer room smell? Gamers. There are 4. No, 5 figures.
5体もいる。いや、それより気づかれてる。あいつらやる気だぞ、ある。
No, she can take care of it. When I turn around, the white figure that had been there a moment ago is nowhere to be seen. No fucking way! What? Did you leave me to die? Oddco had vanished while I was busy cutting the shutter. What the fuck? You bitch! Without realizing it, I've wandered straight into the inescapable jaws of death. I can't retreat at all. I can't even turn to look back. The instant I take my gaze off them, I'll be reduced to an unsightly sacrifice. Crimson ruptures my vision. A broken mirror. The scattered pieces of a puzzle. The writhing lines of death pass through my eyeballs and carve themselves into my brain. There's nothing I can do, because I wasn't afraid. I came in here without coming up with a plan first. Does she not abandon? Absolutely not. I'm dead. I'm going to die here. The claws of those half-rotted corpses will scramble the contents of my skull into a sticky mess. There's nothing I can do. My sense of reason, which had grown conceited after making it out of a predicament once before, gives up on being Tonoshiki. Method gone. All that remains is my bare self, finally released from the threadbare patchwork of humanity it had cobbled together. My body moves before my mind has a chance to catch up. I don't even so much as hesitate as I dismantle them. I recall the warm smell of blood, the feeling of slicing through the untouched flesh. As I cut them down, my mind conjures images of that scene I had tried so hard to forget, looping throughout as though savoring them. I start to breathe again. The splitting headache dispels my dizziness. 1 minute has passed, and the limbs of 5 bodies now lie strewn around me like garbage. Oh.
見ちゃった。すごいんだ。本気になった式って。
You're fucking sneaky. What do you want? Why are you being so sus? I turn around, my eyes still clouded by the headache and a slight fever. All of a sudden, Etiquette is back, walking amidst the sea of blood. The scattered flesh crumbles into ash and is swept away by the wind. Only the oily bloodstains remain.
でも無茶は禁物よ。ほら、早くメガネをかけて。そのままだと倒れちゃうでしょ。
Oh, what? You are confusing me, Etiquette. What the fuck is going on?
そうだな。ありがとう。
I do as I'm told and put on my glasses and slip my knife back into my pocket. I am still feeling more and more nauseous from the smell of blood, but at least my headache disappears the second I put on my glasses.
死ぬかと思った。じゃなくて。話が違うぞ、アルクエイド。なんだっていなくなるんだよ、お前は。
あら、協力するってこういうことでしょ。まさか私にだけ戦わせて自分は何もしないつもりだったの、あなたは。
いや、それはそうだけど。
I can't argue with an airtight case like that. To get involved with vampires is to steep oneself in mortal danger. If I forget about that for even a second, then I've no one to blame but myself.
確かに俺は気が抜けてた。それは認める。けどそれなら事前にそうと言ってくれ。お前なんか意地が悪くなってないか。
ええ、楽しんだのは事実よ。式の魔眼がどれだけすごいのか自分の目できちんと確かめたかったから。
テストってそういうことかよ。はいはい。じゃあ結果はどうでしたか、お姫様。
文句なし。あなたの目は破格の魔眼よ。その希少価値は言葉では言い表せないぐらい。
それはよかった。お眼鏡にかなって光栄ですとも。
I let out a sigh in reply. Even though her praise is honest, it doesn't cheer me up at all. Being complimented on my murderous talents feels the same as being told that I'm an awful person.
でもその目と同じぐらいあなた自身もおかしな人ね。直前まで逃げ腰だったのにナイフを握って殺すと決めた途端迷いなく死者を解体するんだもの。そういうところ私と似ているのかも。なのに人間よりも人間らしいなんてすごく不思議。
What emotions were in those words? I do not know. Affection? Adoration? Perhaps there were even a hint of love and tenderness in them. But they come so utterly out of the blue that I'm unable to respond.
ねえ、ドアの後始末が終わったら私と一緒に行かない？よくわからないけど一人で帰るの嫌になっちゃった。
Etiquette has put a bit of distance between us and speaks those words while looking back at me over her shoulder.
あのな、行くってどこにだよ。まさかお前の故郷じゃないだろうな。
Not realizing how earnest her question was, I respond with banter.
何その嫌そうな顔。私一応お姫様だよ。玉の腰乗ってみない？
お断りだ。そんな爆弾みたいな腰に乗れるか。
なんか今すごく侮辱された気がするんですけど。
After I somehow managed to pacify Etiquette's petulant grumbling, I take another look around at the underground parking lot. It doesn't seem like there are any other vampires here. It's possible that if this Roa person had still been alive and well, the entire apartment complex would have swarmed us. But instead, it seems like that was all of them. The other residents must have been those rank 1 and 2 dead that Senpai was talking about. Lower rank dead apostles that go back to just being corpses without a sire. Imported bride Tonoshiki. He's the bride now.
もうここには誰もいなそうだな。外に出よう、アルクエイド。さすがに血の匂いがきつい。
I call out to Etiquette and leave the garage. With this, the seal has been broken. Light from outside can finally illuminate the darkness of the dead for the first time in who knows how many years. Okay, one detail I actually love in this shot right here. This exit sign with a very slight like flashing like they do in real life. They didn't need to do that. That's a very nice small touch. Once outside, I fill my lungs with fresh air. Though this job is over with, I don't feel much of a sense of accomplishment. I mean, it's not like the hunt for Roa's remaining offspring is over. And more importantly, what are we supposed to do about this apartment complex?
どうするんだ、アルクエイド。他に吸血鬼がいないとしても、ここはねぐらの一つなんだろう。もしかしたら中に隠れている奴がいるかもしれないし、念のために調べるか。
もちろんしっかり後始末はするわ。じゃあ式はちょっと離れてて。
Wait, are you gonna explode the whole fucking building with everyone in it? I'm assuming things, but I'm fucking scared. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Etiquette turns back to the apartment complex and then raises her left hand in the air. As soon as she does, what the heck? There were people in there. Oh. I hear the sound of something being crushed, and the entire apartment complex collapses in the blink of an eye. It was like a cake being flattened from above by some invisible implement.
どう？式みたいな希少性はないけど、私だってすごいでしょ？
No, you killed people. Etiquette smiles proudly.
見直してくれた？というか、驚いた？
そうか、バカだったな、お前！
I grab Etiquette's hand and start running. At this point, her powers no longer surprise me. I mean, they were ludicrous enough to protect the entire city from Rose billowing cold, but I really wish to do something about her complete lack of common sense.
なんで逃げるの？もう危険はなくなったのに。
あんな騒ぎを起こしたら人が集まってくるだろう。ちょっとは考えろ、バカ女。
それはそうよね。私ったらうっかりさん？
No, it wasn't.
すごいな。分かっててやったのか。
She's just so needlessly hard to deal with. We ran upstream against the crowds of people coming to see what all the fuss is about, back in the direction of the deserted park. The building isn't flattened by heavy machinery or explosives, but by a controlled natural phenomenon. The slight adjustment of the Earth's rotation. What? Wait. What do you mean? What do you mean? Wait. Can the Earth's rotation crush something? Could an object at ground level move, however slightly? No, that's not what I'm asking. I can't see anything in this. No one has asked this. That's funny, though. That's funny. I moved the earth slightly, and then the whole building got crushed. Okay. She listens with equal part astonishment and animosity as the modern way of life, built from the fruits of civilization by human society, comes crashing down. Oh. A nun's habit flutters in the wind. The executor witnesses the event from her perch 20 meters in the air. Her mission was to take care of the dead apostles running rampant throughout the city, but she has already completed it. Shouted down every last rank 4 dead apostle last night. All that remained was to locate the sire's coffin, as well as to uncover and annihilate the feeding ground that she saw reduced to rubble a moment ago.
空想具現化を惜しげもなく使うなんて。何を考えているんですか、あの吸血鬼は。
Yeah, something's off about her. She mutters in annoyance. Though the executor had been observing Etiquette Brunstood silently up to this point, she's finally unable to endure it any longer, and gives vent to her emotions.
彼も彼です。弱みでも握られているんでしょうか。
Her gaze falls upon the boy running with Etiquette in tow. As she watches, she grows more and more annoyed. The executor does not know if it's because of her hatred of a vampire, or out of displeasure at seeing those two together. After watching the pair run off into the direction of the park, the executor turns back towards the collapsed apartment complex. Residents from the surrounding neighborhood have started to crowd around, attracted by the sounds of the commotion. A few police cars are headed this way, cruising down the thoroughfare that connects to the station plaza.
迷宮入りの案件がまた一つ増えましたね。事後処理はあなたの方でこなしてくれるのですか？司祭代行。
Without turning around, the executor addresses the darkness behind her. Buddy.
なんだてめえ。歩いてんならそう言えってな。
What the fuck?
声をかけるタイミングがつかめなかったじゃねえか。
A faint noise of the wind brushes across the scene. The owner of this voice is striding across the sky, the same height as the executor's dizzying perch. However, there is nothing but air beneath his feet. Behind the executor stands Mario Galabastino, acting presbyter at the tender age of 12, seemingly floating in midair.
ノエル先生からあなたのことは聞いています。互いに自己紹介は必要ありませんね。
まあな。てめえの経歴は嫌ってほど目を通した。今さら何を聞くまでもねえ。んで、あれの処理の話な。じき俺の使えねえ部下が駆けつけて話をつけるんで、てめえはとっとと消えていいぜ。下の野獣馬どもにいちいち暗示をかける必要はねえよ。
Looking down, she can see a blacked out civilian car pulling in behind the police cars that have just arrived on the scene. The people inside are police inspectors from a jurisdiction that's under Mario's thumb. They'll be quick to ensure that this inexplicable phenomenon gets filed away as nothing more than an accident.
それは結構。こちらも手間が省けます。ですが、いいのですか？ノエル先生には厳しく詰問したと聞きますが。
埋葬機関の犬が権力になびく玉かよ。大体殺されても値を上げないって話じゃねえかてめえ。マグロ相手に拷問するほど暇じゃねえしな。てめえらの単独行動には目をつぶってやるよ。それとも任意同行するか？おい。
構いませんよ。司祭代行の言葉は尊重します。ただし、それが正式な手続きによるものならですが。
Mario doesn't answer. He simply curls his lips in amusement.
話が早くて助かるぜ。さすが歴戦の強者だな、代行者。というわけで、てめえとの情報交換はなしだ。それとも借りを作っておくか？
必要ありません。こちらはこちらの責務を。あなたはあなたの職務を果たしてください。
へえ、俺はてっきりここで殺し合いになると思ったんだがね。邪魔者は事前に潰すのがてめえらの流儀だ。大司祭直下の俺は目の上のコブじゃないのかい？
The boy's voice is both hostile and provocative. The executor doesn't even turn to look at him, and his words fall flat against her back.
そうですね。ただの司祭代行ならそれもあり得たでしょう。ですがあなたなら例外です。いえ、ラウレンティスの人間であれば誰であれ信用に値します。
はあ？なんだそれ？信用に値するだ？権力に尻尾は振らねえてめえが？たった今背筋主義にでも目覚めたか？いやまあ確かに金ほど信用しやすい見返りはねえけどな。は
あ、顔は似ていますが兄上とは正反対ですね、あなたは。
ああ、ちょっと待てよ尻でか女。あのクソ兄貴が何だって？
私はあなたの兄を知っています。以前一度だけ同じ任務に就いたことがあるので。ラウレンティス枢機卿の息子ということで周囲からは誤解されていましたが、彼は尊敬に値する人物でした。その彼が言ったのです。もし弟たちに会うことがあったらなるべく手加減してやってくれ。ひねくれているが根は青臭い正義感だと。
It's true, he did call her fat ass.
なんだそれみっともねえ。死ねばいいってんだあのクソ兄貴。 使い捨てのメス犬一匹に何媚び売ってやがる、ラウレンティスの面汚しが。
ええ、その一点であなたたちは信用できます。父上の名誉を守る、そのためにあなたたちは行動している。ここで私を捕獲するより他に優先すべきことがあるのでしょう。
なんだそりゃ、親父の名誉を守る。そんなことはあのクソ兄貴がほざきやがったのか。
いいえ、そういったことは一度も。とにかく無口な方だったので、ただ共に過ごして私がそう感じただけの話です。
これだから20歳そこそこのガキは半端に理想に燃えてやがるから始末に終えねえ。
昔の話ですよ。あれから6年、今はお父上の補佐に勤めているのでは。彼のことです。立派な人物になっているでしょう。
The boy watches the executor reminisce about the past with a cold look in his eyes. The acting presbyter briefly grinds his teeth together in frustration, and then...
いい、しらけた。もうてめえとは交渉なんざしてやらねえ。勝手に一人で土地狂ってろ。どうせロア狙いだろ。こっちも同じだが、用があるのは奴の攻防だけだ。本体はてめえに任せてやるよ。
With a whirling sound, he begins to distance himself from the executor. The provocative air he'd given off a moment ago has vanished. Something about the executor appears to have struck a chord.
待ちなさい、司祭代行。一件だけあなたに頼みたいことがありました。それを条件に、ここから見逃してあげましょう。
はあ?
Mario's fingers stop. Just as he's about to turn and spit out some pithy retort, he realizes that her words are no idle threat. Only one of the strings keeping the boy afloat in the sky still remains. Mere seconds ago, a web of over 700 spirit strings had surrounded the executor. Every single thread, bar one, was just silently reduced to ash.
魔術栄唱はなかったな。指先から魔力を流しただけで燃やしやがったか。嘘みてえな生成量だ。波の魔術師の何百倍だ。とっくに化け物だな、大公主シエル。まあ、そうでもなけりゃ、イデアブラッドを2つも3つも保持していねえか。
おしゃべりは結構。最後の1本も燃やしますか？
待て、やめろ。転落死なんて間抜けな死に方は冗談でも勘弁だ。って、もう燃えてる燃えてる相変わらず容赦ねえな、てめえ。もう仕方ねえ。聞くだけは聞いてやるよ。要件を言ってみな。
私の同僚の処遇についてです。すでにあなたは彼女に会っています。なら、私からの提案は理解できると思いますが。
The executor's tone is ice cold. All she says is a statement of fact, her voice utterly flat and emotionless. She may not have put it into words, but the implication is clear. Executor Noelle has hit her limit. She is over capacity both mentally and physically.
ああ、そういうこと。人事異動は俺の領分だ。片手までいいなら請け負ってやるけどよ。いいのか？俺に預けるってことは好き勝手に使い潰すってことだぜ。
構いません。できれば近日中に手続きを。彼女はブローブ・アルハンゲリに血を吸われてもいます。問題ないレベルですが、万が一ということもあります。万が
一ね。ま、プラシーボ効果ってのもあるしな。俺から見てもありゃガタガタだ。早いとこ全身診察してやるとするか。それでてめえがこっちの邪魔をしなくなるってんなら安い買い物だ。
The negotiations are complete. This time, the boy successfully withdraws from his position 20 meters in the air. Only one figure remains, her nun's habit fluttering in the wind. She looks back once again at the sight of the collapse below her and lets out a small sigh. I make it back to the park exhausted and out of breath. We're fortunate that nobody questioned us along the way. I finally let my legs stumble to a halt, allowing my body to rest the rest that's so desperately crying out for. Her Majesty, meanwhile,
ごめんなさい。四季の体のことまだよく考えていなかった。
is exhibiting some uncharacteristically reflective behavior. Maybe I've started to go a bit soft too. Regardless of the reason, I just can't stand to see her make that kind of face.
いい。結果的には誰にも見つからなかったし、俺もちょっと言い過ぎた。アルクエドがぶっ飛んでるのは今に始まったことじゃないしな。だからそんなに気にしないでくれ。
そう四季が怒ってないなら私も嬉しいけど。
ああ、怒ってない怒ってない。でもやりすぎなのは本当だぞ。次から大事を起こすときはせめて一声かけてからにしてくれ。
任せて。協力無比のコンビだものね。
I'm a little worried just which definition of strong she's going for here. I must have let my guard down after we stopped for a breather, because for a split second, I feel like I'm about to black out. It's as though I'm watching the contents of my own skull sloshing around and spilling out, and I come this close to collapsing to my knees.
四季
Etiquette starts rushing over to me, but I hold out a hand to reassure her that I'm fine.
少し疲れたみたいだ。ベンチに座れば落ち着くよ。
I ease myself onto the bench and catch my breath. Etiquette must be worried about me or something, as she starts lecturing me about my eyes.
そっか、死の線を見すぎたのね。四季、あなたは自分の目をどこまで理解しているの？
It's as if she's really a teacher or something. According to Etiquette, my eyes aren't seeing death so much as deciphering it. The lines are apparently only the afterimage of death, and it's the points that the lines begin and end at that are actually death itself. The degree of perception required to see them is far beyond what humans are capable of. As such, if I overuse my eyes, my brain is going to burn out long before my eyes do, meaning I shouldn't look at the lines too much.
なんだそりゃ。自分で俺を振り回しておいて。
I smile wryly at how self-serving Etiquette can be. Her telling me to help her out is basically the same as ordering me to use my mystic eyes. She's well aware of this, yet still tells me not to push myself too hard. A strange stance to take. Regardless, her explanation, half of which goes completely over my head, continues. Professor Etiquette is quite the talker. I listen to her, occasionally chiming in so she knows I'm paying attention. In truth, I don't feel tired in the slightest anymore. Rather than bring our conversation to a close, I continue to gaze at the woman in white before me. It wasn't that long that she seemed so incredibly frail, but now she's bursting with life. She's positively radiant.
ちょっと聞いてるの？私、四季は危ないって話をしているのよ。笑うところじゃないでしょ。
She's mad at me for real. Still, it's not like I'm smiling on purpose. It's just, how could I not smile after seeing her this lively?
なんだよ、偉そうに。ブローブにやられた時は、そっちも危なかったくせに。
あの時はあの時でしょ。何よ、四季は私が苦しんでいた方がいいの？
Of course not. I don't want to see something like that ever again.
ああ、バランス的に、お前は苦しんでるぐらいでちょうどいい。
That's the sort of thing I'd only ever say if forced to conform to society's expectations. If I were to speak my own feelings, truthfully from the bottom of my heart.
元気なアルクエドを見ているのは嬉しい。お前はそのままが一番だと思うよ。
And if I could make one wish, it would be that I could look upon that smile forever. Why is she charging right at me?
待て、イノシシかお前。
I leap to my feet, but there's no way I can dodge her. Etiquette rushes right over to where I'm standing in front of the bench and clamps both of my hands in hers.
私も同じ。やっぱり一緒だね、私たち。
The innocence of her smile takes my breath away. In an attempt to reciprocate her trust in me, I open my mouth to speak. And yet, at this crucial moment, I'm assailed by a headache so powerful that it threatens to knock me unconscious. I cling to the bench to stop myself from completely collapsing to the ground. I take a few deep breaths and let the dizziness pass. Fortunately, the headache was just one sudden twinge. I should be back on my feet again in no time.
悪い。体力、まだ戻ってなかった。アルクエイドの言う通り、魔眼の使いすぎってやつだな。
Etiquette doesn't say anything. She simply holds her breath for a moment, as if she'd witnessed something unbelievable. And then...
そうなんだ。それは大変ね、シキ。
Why are you so sassy? I don't like it. She giggles softly before making her way back to the center of the plaza, her steps light. Time passes. Etiquette isn't as chatty as she was before, but it's clear as day that she's in a good mood. So good, in fact, that I'm left scratching my head as to why. We're so engrossed in discussing what to do from here that midnight takes us completely by surprise.
もう日付が変わっちゃったね。今夜はここでお別れにしましょう。明日もよろしくね、シキ。
まあ、一日で終わることじゃないしな。待ち合わせ場所はここで、時間は今日と同じでいいか？
ええ、一日も待つのは退屈だけど、式にはまだ式の生活があるものね。邪魔はできないわ。
Wait, now that Ro is dead, that means his next incarnation will be coming up. I've completely forgotten what happened at the end of that last route. Are we gonna be the new incarnation of Roa, eventually? I mean, we weren't the current one, because that was the other Shiki. The true, actual heir of the Tono family. But... She really does just show up and disappear at the drop of a hat.
って感心してる場合じゃない。俺も早く戻らないと。
If I leave my room unoccupied for too long, I risk my excursion being discovered. I get the feeling that that ship may have already sailed, but I'd still better hurry back to the mansion as fast as I can. It's after midnight. There isn't a single light on inside the mansion. Instead of entering through the front door, I slip around to the rear entrance in the west wing and make my way inside. It's the same door I used when I left, and fortunately it's still unlocked. I crept my way inside softly, careful not to wake Hisui or Kohaku-san, whose rooms are in the west wing. I take a deep breath and plop down onto the bed. I must be exhausted after all that walking, because I immediately collapse as though the bed itself is sucking me in. I made a promise with Etiquette. By some twist of fate, it seems I've once again gotten myself involved in some kind of mess.
仕方ないよな。放っておけないんだから。
Or maybe... I didn't want to leave that miraculously beautiful yet inhuman being alone. I'm struck by a sharp but fleeting headache. What was that? It feels somehow different to the headaches I've had before. It wasn't painful so much as shameful. Like my own self was admonishing me for how foolish it was to think that she's beautiful. Slowly but surely, my eyelids begin to droop. I surrender myself to the enveloping hands of weariness and allow it to drag my body and consciousness down into the dark abyss of sleep. As I fall into that overpowering darkness, I attempt to reflect on just what part of my thoughts were foolish, but am cut short as my consciousness is dashed to pieces. Wait. I thought that was end. No? I can't sleep. I must have too much on my mind. My brain is filled with a jumble of thoughts. Whenever I close my eyes, it's like they all suddenly come into focus. I just woke up, so I won't be able to go back to sleep again right away. I reluctantly heave myself out of bed. At a time like this, nothing beats a bit of reading. I put on a robe so that I don't catch a chill and start rummaging through my luggage. Unfortunately, I've already read all these books well enough to know them by heart. Oh well, I'm just trying to kill time here. I shouldn't be such a stickler about novelty. I pick a well-thumbed book and head over to the conservatory. Quite cultured that there's a room dedicated to reading here in the mansion. I sit down on a chair and start flipping through the pages of the book. No, Wendy, you can't sleep, you're just like me. Yeah, do be a mood. The first emotion I felt was actually that of pity. Not anger, nor disappointment. Everything I laid eyes on just seemed so pitiful. Naturally, I myself was the most pitiful of all. He was born at the end of the 15th century. As a child of a wealthy family and the recipient of an expensive education, he grew up healthy, both in mind and body. He understood what it meant to be good and would not countenance evil, no matter what form it took. The populace revered him as a prodigy and took it for granted that he would dedicate himself to further improving their lands. However, he defied his parents. They defied his parents' wish that he inherit their estate, aspiring instead to become a man of the cloth. At the time, the corruption within the church, the pursuit of worldly desires by its potentates, had already been festering for a while, but the true extent had yet to become widely known. His parents were disappointed, but still happily sent him off in accordance with his wishes. Perhaps they thought it possible that he would be the one to air out the stink of corruption that pervaded their country. Naturally, there was never any chance that the lone son of some noble family with no backers could change the world. He passed through many cities, came to know many people, personally observed the start of many things, yet always arrived at the same conclusion. Humans are wonderful. Among the many children the Lord had sown onto the earth, man was the most excellent. This weak, fragile, tiresome, hopeless animal was nevertheless the most beautiful in all creation. The Lord's design was revealed through human nature, their dogged inability to live without seeking purpose. He met with new people on a daily basis. People who lived in the city, people who had come to visit it, anyone he could find. To exchange words with strangers and learn how they lived their lives was his source of joy. There was a truth to be gleaned from each and every life. There was meaning to be found, even in the most trivial, the most banal of lives. He strove to understand as many people as he could. His fellow students laughed at him. Isn't 10 people enough? His teacher scolded him. Keep it no more than 100, will you? The presbyters preached to him. You should try to know tens of thousands. Only his one trusted friend predicted that what was in store for him. That's a living hell you're bound for. Just as his friend had said, by the time he had painstakingly recorded the lives of over 1,000 people, he'd hit a wall. Not because his will had broken from finding the act uninteresting or unrewarding. Rather, it was the complete opposite. He wanted to know even more people. 1 or 2,000 simply wasn't enough. He had to collect more and more truths. But it was never enough. Far from it. Even if he were to live to 60 and spend every single day talking to people, he still wouldn't even be able to speak to everyone in this city. That wasn't all. As he worked, more and more people kept being born. The world kept expanding. New possibilities continued to appear. Oh, how precious little time we humans have. In retrospect, he had never actually been happy as an individual. He had been spoken of as a prodigy, but the people around him had simply gotten the wrong idea. He was a man of thoroughly unremarkable talents. If his talents as a human were to be scored and tallied up, their sum would be no more impressive than those of any of his neighbors. It was simply that his talents were particularly focused in a certain direction. He was not interested in the essence of man so much as the essence of the world. In exchange for holding this interest towards the whole, he lacked the ability to love the individual. In exchange for his capacity for self-improvement, he lacked any ambitions of power. In exchange for his dreams towards the future, he lacked any sentiments about the present. The point being, he was very much inhuman. Yet, in spite of that, he was a man of unparalleled virtue. He loved the purpose of mankind, loved the lives of good people, and held a faith more ardent than anyone else's. It was obviously impossible for him to single-handedly change the face of religion, but he should have been able to at least become a small part of that change. The prodigy who loved humanity, but could not love people, was undoubtedly a saint, at least until that moment came. This is the story of a child, one set before he began studying other people. Though he was still a child, his mind had already matured to the point where he could not write off the mysterious. He could not write off the mysterious as something beyond his grasp. The boy who had already grasped the essence of society found little mysterious. Rain, clouds, even ghosts, all could be unraveled. It was those mysteries that still could not be explained by the current era that intrigued him. Things whose existence everyone else took for granted. It was these things that still captivated his childlike curiosity. Things such as the brilliance of the stars, so ignored by his young peers. That's why.
私は今でも覚えている。父の目を盗んで一夜だけの旅に出たあの時間を高く高く何の支えもなく私を見つめていたあの
A white disk shone in the sky, partially obscured by clouds. What was it? What were its aims? Just what made it tick? Those were the feelings of anticipation, of curiosity, of fear, held towards something beyond one's grasp. All these were engraved in his heart as shining stars. This was the driving force that set everything in motion. Oh, how sinful it was. How foolish. It was then that he swore to the Heavenly Father that he would lay bare the theory that underpinned the universe. However, he would soon come to learn that the essence he had resolved to spend his life uncovering had already been deciphered by his predecessors. The house of God had already come into possession of vast quantities of information it wished to suppress. Mathematics, astronomy, geology, history, architecture, economics, medicine, agriculture, and finally the alchemy that would later become chemistry. The House of God had collected all of the cutting-edge theories and knowledge of his era under one roof and locked them away. It was both the world's greatest academic institute and a graveyard of wisdom. Apes fashioned tools. Man built civilization. Scholars read the stars, devised observational methods, and before they had even attained the knowledge of how to soar through the sky themselves, had acquired the necessary wisdom to estimate the extent of the universe. What was the stone he had seen high above him that night? Even the answer to how Earth was governed had already been discovered. Nothing in creation broke this pattern. Everything mysterious had already had its general principles brought to light. There was an obscure philosopher who once wrote, "The next 1,000 years will be spent doing nothing. Well, will be spent doing nothing more than proving these things we now know." The world continued to be explained. The universe continued to be given meaning. When he discovered that this was already being attempted, it was not joy that took hold of him. It was fear, together with an inexpressible anger. It was because I had given up that I could overlook this. But what is this? Just where does this end? If humanity goes on like this, the day will inevitably come when it becomes possible to know everything. So then why? Why does this body of mine have such precious little time? His human lifespan was pitiful in the face of the world's breadth. He was mortified by the thought that even though he had lived for the sake of knowing everything, he would die in obscurity, never knowing anything. As he sought to uncover the purpose of humanity, he was forced to realize that human life had no meaning. Anyone should be able to understand just how miserable of a conclusion that was for him. It was at this time that he first began to fear death. Death was frightening. The futility of life was frightening. The infinite expanse of the world was frightening. He had gained so much knowledge, and yet he did not know a single thing. But what terrified him was not his own demise. It was seeing his purpose fall apart. He needed to alter his thinking. There was still nothing eternal to be found on Earth, so if everything kept expanding and changing, then he simply had to wait for it to be complete. He strayed from the path that rose before him. He turned his back on the leader, reaching into heaven. What he wanted, what he had been searching for, was simple. He wanted to know everything, and in order to do so, he needed infinite time. It's quite ironic. The man who so feared the infinite expansion of humanity found his solution in the pursuit of infinite time. I see. So that was a story? Well, breaking ties with us now isn't a bad call. The rapid spread of the Gutenberg press poses an existential threat, to say nothing of the Reformation. It's going to get rough for a while, both for us at the church and for the association. Though I imagine it's going to hit the Mages Association harder than it'll hit us. All manner of superstitions will be wiped off the face of the earth by the spread of mass printing. I'm sure the foundations that underpin the arcane will groan loudly under the strain. So that's why you've chosen now. Wait, I need to drink my throat, bro. That's why you've chosen now to make your move. Both parties have their hands fully dealing with their own problems. Even if some mad prodigy were to strike out for the true ancestor's castle, it'd be a while before they gave chase. You're a real opportunist, huh? Gonna take this chance to try and nab the eternity that's closest at hand, are you? Of course not. Vampires are merely hard to kill and slow to age. They're far from eternal. They will serve as nothing more than one of my stepping stones for now. I'll perform a clean suicide so as to die a human death. The man who seeks eternity rushes headlong towards his own demise. How ironic. So do you intend to leave the church tomorrow, then? I will leave the burial classroom in your care. I have no aspirations of becoming a bishop. I've burned through the entirety of my inheritance. To make it this far, it was high time I made my decision. On one side, the son of some provincial magnate. On the other, a woman who was not but the stigma she bears. Two comrades who failed to make it to the rank of bishop together, and who will no longer count on each other for comfort. The end. Well, whatever. So then you're still planning on finishing your magecraft theory, I take it. I have no intention of leaving the church, so I can't go down the same path as you. Well, luckily for me, I'm a woman. Guess I'll pop some kids out so I can tell them all about you. Oh, and what will you tell them, Narbarek? I guess something about how a new dead apostle is gonna make his debut in a century or so. Make sure they understand that trying to find him won't be pointless, and they should just leave him alone. Well, finding him would be pointless. Oh, so you won't have to wait a whole century. I suspect I'll become a target for Inquisition within your lifetime. This body will make for a fine bloodsucker. 10 years should prove plenty. Stop spouting nonsense. You'll have to start over as one of the dead. It'd take even a once-in-a-decade genius like yourself a century at least. Their world is particularly a living hell. Or practically a living hell, the ruthlessness of which can't even begin to be compared to ours. If I were to do everything by the book, you'd be right. However, if I were to become a top-ranking bloodsucker on day one, the rules of their world wouldn't apply. I don't follow. What do you mean? Oh, it's quite simple. I'm sure you're aware that the power of a dead apostle is influenced by the true ancestor who drank their blood. Which means, if I'm aiming to become the greatest dead apostle, I simply have to get my blood sucked by the greatest true ancestor. Interesting. Day 8. Reverse hatching 2. Heroic kinda sus. I hear Hisui calling out to me as I feel the rays of the morning sun.
シキ様、お目覚めの時間です。
Her monotone voice cuts right through my drowsiness. Propping myself upright in bed, I reply to Hisui. I feel a sharp pain in my temple, but it isn't anything severe enough to stop me from getting up.
シキ様、ご気分が優れないのですか？
いや、今朝は普通だよ。昨日の調子が良すぎただけだ。貧血気味なのはいつものことだから気にしないでくれ。
I lightly shake my head and get out of bed.
今朝もありがとう。起こしに来てくれて助かった。
いえ。
Put on your glasses,
これは私
bro.
の仕事ですから。シキ様にお言葉をいただくほどのことではありません。
お礼を言うほどのことだよ。目覚まし時計の音なんかより何倍もあったかい。俺は眠りが深いらしくて目覚ましじゃなかなか起きられないんだ。
That's why I'm truly grateful to be woken up by Hisui. She's even brought me a change of clothes. She really leaves nothing to be desired.
時間は7時ちょっとか。あんまり余裕はないな。着替えて顔を洗ったら食堂に行くから先に行っていてくれ。
Misui's staring at me as though there's something weighing on her mind. Looks like she's trembling slightly. Is she nervous? The color of her faintly clouded eyes, it makes me...
関係のない話なのですが、就寝時間の後、私と姉さんは2時間おきに屋敷の見回りをいたします。午後9時は姉さんが、 11時は私が、午前1時には姉さんが屋敷中の戸締まりをチェックしているのです。
そうだったんだ。それ大変じゃないか。夜と朝だけでいいだろうに。
They know.
決まりですから、どうかお気になさらないでください。その時の話ですが、仮に私が施錠を忘れた箇所があっても。
At this point, I grasp what Hisui's getting at. In a roundabout way, she's explained to me what happened with the lock on the back door to the west wing.
翡翠、俺が出て行ったことに気がついてたのか？
いいえ、決して咎めているのではなく。
Hisui hangs her head apologetically.
あ、いや違うんだ。怒ってないよ。でもそっか。翡翠は知ってたのか。だ。
はい。鍵が開いていましたので、もしやと思い、勝手ながら四季様のお部屋の様子を拝見させていただきました。
Hisui answers with a very faint voice. She must find it awkward to have to say anything that makes it sound like she's criticizing her master's misbehavior.
ありがとう。おかげで昨日は助かった。翡翠は全然悪くないよ。もともと夜中に出歩く俺に問題があるんだから。ああ、でも。
I can't bring myself to ask her to keep this from Akiha. It'd cause her undue stress. She's been taking care of me, but her real employer is Akiha, the head of the Tono family. Having her be disloyal to Akiha would only serve to put her in jeopardy later.
アキハには俺から説明するよ。翡翠は何も知らないふりをしてくれればいい。
Hisui doesn't respond. She just stares silently at my face.
何かな。
僭越ながら、四季様は全く反省していません。
ああ、いや、はい。
失礼しました。訂正いたします。そのお顔を見るに、四季様に改める気はないのですね。
She may look docile, but she sure knows how to hit me where it hurts.
すまない。約束があって今夜も出かけることになる。けど誓って悪い遊びをしてるわけじゃない。
It's not like I can say I'm fighting against the remaining vampires to prevent any further casualties, but just trailing off makes me look even more suspicious.
それは今夜だけなのでしょうか。
どうかな。俺にもわからない。ただ長くは続かないと思う。
では危険なことはないのですか。四季様がまた怪我を負って帰ってくるようなことは。
ああ、それなら大丈夫。戦車みたいに強いやつが一緒だから何があっても怪我なんかしないよ。
I feel like I can be pretty confident on that point, if nothing else. There's probably isn't a single person in this city that can beat Etiquette. I mean, Ciel probably can, but you know.
お話は分かりました。それでは私も四季様同様、昨夜と同じ業務を行わせていただきます。
Hisui bows courteously and leaves the room.
ありがとう、翡翠。
I'm grateful for her for making such a large concession for me. She as good as told me that she'd look the other way while on patrol, and that I've got until 1 o'clock to make it back to the mansion. I change into my school uniform and leave my room. I had a headache when I woke up, but I seem to be in good shape otherwise. I decide to go wash my face in the second floor bathroom before I head to the dining room. He still hasn't put his fucking glasses on. Now that it's autumn, the tap water has gotten colder. I usually just use my cupped hands to splash some water on my face, but on a whim, I fill the sink up and submerge my head in the water. What? The cold water rubs the warmth from my face. My eyes, nose, and mouth are all sealed off from the open air. I'm struck by the similarity of this action to making a death mask impression in plaster, and lift my submerged face from the water.
誰だ。
I briefly feel as though something's off with the reflection that greets me in the mirror. He is being reincarnated as Ro, isn't he? I immediately realize that I'm not wearing my glasses. I must have taken them off to wash my face. Even so... There. I feel much better now. What the fuck? I put my glasses back on to the side to head towards the dining room where Kohaku-san is waiting. You don't have your glasses back on, do you? Oh, okay. You do. So we're wrapping up there. That's a pretty funny note to end it on. Breaks mirror. Much better. Yikes. Yeah. I will continue this soon. A lot of changes. A lot of people being sus. We'll see what happens. But yeah. Thank you all for coming. Hope you all enjoyed. If it is night time, if you have a wonderful night. And if it's morning, if you have a brilliant morning. I've been your host, Julius. I'm over here, and we've been experiencing Tsukihime Ciel route. So yeah. In regards to next stream, I'm not too sure when. I'll have to look and see. But, yeah. That should be it, I think, for now. So yeah, hope you all enjoyed. I'll see you guys next time. Goodbye! Baba Booey Ciel Chungus.